Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is a Thursday. It's June 8th, and we are set for another great day. In fact, it's going to be a little bit cooler out, slightly cooler. You know, it was like in the 90s yesterday. Humidity was lower, but today it's supposed to only get into the mid 80s. We have meteorologist Patrick Ellis joining us now to get a look at the forecast. Patrick, you there, buddy? Patrick, are you with us, my friend? Okay, all right. So we'll get to Patrick in just a little bit. He's doing some things back there. He is a man that's very much on demand right now, so we'll check back with him in just a little bit. But right now, I want to go to Sydney Hawkins, who is live and talking about the various things. You were talking about the smash and grab the last time I saw you, Sydney. Is that what you're talking about with us right now?
Sure, we can talk about it this morning, Andrew. I know it's a problem that the city of Memphis sees across the city all year long. The two recent incidents that we reported on this morning were at a popular liquor store in East Memphis, as well as a smash and grab in the Hickory Hill area on Winchester. Both of those stores hit by thieves, taking thousands of dollars worth of merchandise. Buster's supervisor tell us between $5,000 and $10,000, leaving with lots of tequila, wine bottles, leaving them cleaning up that mess this morning, yesterday. The sad news is Memphis police say they do not have anyone in custody in relation to either of those incidents. So it's just an unfortunate situation for those small business owners.
You know, a lot of people wondering, Sydney, is there any solutions? Have they come up with any ideas, either from the police department or from these liquor stores, to really combat against these thieves and criminals out there? Did you hear anything?
I think that is a question that's going through a lot of people's minds this morning. When I was on the scene for both situations yesterday, I immediately asked both business owners if they saw any police presence. I know Memphis Police just unveiled their new summer safety plan. I believe that's the title of that plan, but they said that they were going to be patrolling in areas that typically see a lot of crime, typically see a lot of break-ins, car break-ins, and both business owners told me that they do see police officers patrolling that area. I guess unfortunately there weren't any officers in the area at the time of those smash and grabs, but that's the solution that I think everyone would love to see, just a heavy police presence in areas that have been hit. I know Buster said this was not the first time that their business had fallen victim to a smash and grab incident.
Yeah, I really hope for their sake and for all of our sake that there's an apprehension made quickly here in these cases. Sydney Hawkins, thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Why won't you go?
No one deserves to live like this. When it's time for a plumber, you deserve the best. Best Care Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, asking for...
In the heart of Soulsville, USA, at the corner of McLemore and College since 2003, sits the Stax Museum of American Soul Music.
The Stax Records story, you know, the way we describe it is that it could only happen in Memphis.
The foundation for that story laid in the Mississippi Delta, in churches much like this one, built by former slaves and sharecroppers.
Soul music and, frankly, American popular music as we know it is rooted in the black church and in the black experience in the United States.
And there's the story of how white banker and fiddle player Jim Stewart and his sister Estelle Axton turned an old movie theater into Stax recording studio and satellite records in a black neighborhood in a then segregated South.
You have this coming together of two disparate populations coming together in a space where we're black and white, we're both welcome, which was obviously a rarity in Memphis, Tennessee in 1960 when this space first opened.
Stax Records became an integral part of the neighborhood and the city, providing opportunities where they were rare.
And to have people like Rufus Thomas, who was such a well-known DJ and had some hit records before Stax, being the first person through the door with his daughter, Carla Thomas, because he heard about it from his mailman. You know, David Porter worked in the grocery store across the street. James Alexander was born in the hospital here on McLemore Avenue. The Barkays grew up in the neighborhood. Booker T. Jones grew up in this neighborhood. You could walk here, come in the front door, see Ms. Daxon in the record store, you know, listen to music, talk to her. She finds out maybe you can sing a little bit, maybe you can play a little bit. You had a chance to do that here.
Many went on to greatness, like Isaac Hayes, the first black man to win an Academy Award for Best Original Song with theme from Shaft, whose 1972 custom Cadillac Eldorado is one of the museum's biggest draws. There's the story of Al Bell, who came to Memphis, became majority owner of Stax, and turned it into one of the most successful black-owned businesses in the country.
It's a story about, you know, we talk about grit and grind, we talk about hustle here in Memphis, but there's also serendipity and there's luck too. And I think that's one of the things that makes this such a unique story, is that at nearly every instance, Stax was able to capitalize on who came through the front door.
The museum recounts how Bell enticed the Staples singers to Memphis to record music that later became a soundtrack for the civil rights movement.
They had captured people's hearts and minds with their great gospel work that they had done in Chicago, but to come to Stax, to take that gospel impulse, to add some secular messages to it, and to create their greatest work ever here, and how it sustained a community and sustained a message and a movement, you know, throughout the late 60s and early 70s.
The Hall of Records showcases Stax's prolific recording catalog, from blues to R&B, folk and country, jazz, and rock and roll.
So we've got about 920 or so of the 940 singles that Stax released, produced, or distributed between 1957 and 1975.
And there's the tale of those behind the music.
On down through the engineers and the producers in the control room, the songwriters, but also the studio musicians and the session musicians too. And so many of those men and women are still in Memphis. And so I think it's always really important to highlight the folks that are still with us, that are still in the community, that are still making music.
In Soulsville, USA, Kim Clark, Action News 5.
Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, asking for a raise from your boss. That is an intimidating idea, and certainly people are scared to do it. They don't want to do it. They feel shy about doing it. Well, let's talk more about this, because we mentioned it earlier this morning. We are now joined live by the Vice President of Recruiter.com, Angela Copeland. Appreciate you joining us, Angela, and how are you?
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Yeah, we appreciate it very much. And so, you know, the asking for that raise this time of year, it certainly can be intimidating for people. So let's get your best expert approach on how to approach that topic with your boss.
Well, this is such an important topic. I'll be honest, there is not any topic I'm hearing about more than pay right now from job seekers, because as you've seen in the news, you know, pay is really going up now more than it really ever has. You know, before you have the conversation with your boss, I think you've got to kind of have a conversation with yourself. And I'd say start really by evaluating your risk tolerance, because this is a conversation that can be risky. When you go in and you have it, if it doesn't go well, you know, we have to remember that as much as we want to fight for the most amount of money, everyone is replaceable, and it is a risky conversation. So if you've got 4 kids at home, you may want to approach it a little differently than if you don't have, you know, any of those external factors going on. But the best time really when you're ready to have the conversation is to have it during your annual performance evaluation. And that's something that's starting to happen right now with many companies. Companies are going through their review cycle, and it's a good time to sit down and talk about where you are today and kind of where you want to be going forward in your career.
No, that's a great approach, and that's certainly a great time to ask for it. But, even still, the whole conversation, can be kind of weird, as you said. It can be awkward for somebody, especially if you're not prepared. What's the best way to prepare for that kind of conversation?
So the preparation is a very important piece. And the great news is that there's more data online today about salaries than ever before, because many companies are actually posting their salaries with job listings. And also you can look at other sites where there's available information about how much different people are making in certain roles by certain companies. So you can go in with research to have an idea of what you think is really reasonable. And then I would talk about results. What are you bringing to the table? What is the value that you've provided in the last year? And how is your role evolving to some new level? You don't want to go in and say, I'd just like some extra money, because of course everybody would like some extra money, but you've got to show business-wise why it makes sense. And the other thing is, I'd really brace yourself, because oftentimes companies are not incentivized to give big raises. Like if you're thinking you want a 20% or a 30% raise, your current company is not incentivized to give that raise to you. The company that will likely give you a big raise is a different company. So you've got to keep in mind that if you're truly set on making more money, you may have to look outside the walls of your current company.
I like that idea. I like that approach: research, results, and the evolution of what you're doing for the company. Great approach there. What about timing wise? Because a lot of times, if someone says, well, I haven't been there long enough, I don't know if it's the right time to ask for it. Is there a certain amount of time that you should ask for a raise?
You ask a great question, because if I've just hired someone, right, and they come straight to me and they want more money, that sort of feels a little disingenuous. Like they've agreed to a certain rate and now they want more, and they haven't even really been there long enough to do what we've agreed to. But at the same time, I'm really seeing companies that are stepping up and giving employees raises today who've only been around for a few months, simply because there is so much turnover going on right now. So, personally, I'd wait at least a year before you start having those conversations if you're brand new. And I would talk about it not just in terms of money. I know financially that's really what you're trying to get out of it, but you want to talk about it in terms of your career path, in terms of the value that you're bringing the company. Like you want to make it make business sense to them. It can't just be a grab for money. But really the best time is during that performance evaluation, when you're really talking about how you've done in the last year and you're talking about planning for the future.
Makes sense, certainly. And then another one that people might get tripped up on is, how much do you ask for? What's a good way to approach that?
It's a good question. Sometimes you can get the company to actually give you a number. If you talk about, directionally how you want to, that you want to grow in the company, sometimes they'll have a number they're thinking of. But alternatively, look online and see what's fair in your industry, at your company, in your particular role, because you may find that, a few $1,000s will get you there. You may find that, it's a huge chunk of money. And I wouldn't say there's a certain percentage, but you want to go out and do your research on what really is the market rate. But keep in mind, again, if you're asking for, let's say, more than 10% at the very most, I think that's a tough ask for any company. Even if what you're saying makes sense, even if it's the market value, even if all the things make a lot of sense, if you go in and say, I want 50% more money to stay here, I think there is a good chance your boss is going to say, I'm sorry, we just can't do that. So you really want to reflect. And if you are looking for that kind of a big raise, you may just have to look somewhere else. And the good news is this is a great time to be looking. There are so many companies hiring, and they are paying more than they were in the past. So if you want to truly make a difference in your pay, switching companies is often the very best way to go.
I love that. More options out there for the employee, for sure. So what about after you make this request? Let's say you get the gumption, you do it, you don't make it awkward, and they still say no. What then?
Well, it's a good question, because this is the thing. It gives you information. If they come back and say, no, we can't do it, it gives you the information you need, right? Like either the company cannot afford to pay their employees more, maybe the company is not in a good place, or maybe they don't value you the way that you feel they should. or maybe your manager just doesn't have a backbone. Like, it could be any of those things, but you get this information by having the conversation, and then you have to make a decision. Are you comfortable to continue to stay and to continue to work at that same rate? Or do you want to look somewhere else and see if somebody else would be willing to pay you more? I think the one other alternative you might consider, especially if you work at a big company, is looking at other departments within that company, because you will find sometimes there might be one department that pays much more than another department. So if you feel like, man, I've just really maxed out in my area and I don't think my boss is going to be willing to go up any higher, perhaps you take that information and you start to even look, in other spots within your same organization.
All great advice, all great cues from you. Anything else that we can touch on regarding this topic, Angela, that we haven't mentioned already?
I think the biggest thing is go and do your research online. We are so fortunate that labor laws around salary are really changing, and they have been for probably 5 years or more. And what it creates is a situation of transparency. So if you aren't sure if you're underpaid, go online and do your research, because it is not hard to find out anymore. And those laws have changed really in an effort to create more equality within sort of the space of pay. And as an employee, you have every right to go out and do your research and decide if the amount of money that you're making works for you or doesn't work for you. So go and do your homework rather than, just wishing that someone would give you more money. And again, also remember that if you don't ask, you may not get any additional money. So asking is really the first step.
Great advice and insight as always. Angela Copeland, Vice President of Recruiter.com. Thanks very much. Appreciate all the info.
Thank you.
Are you in the market for a new ride? Either a new car, a used car. Of course, that'll be new for you. Well, the car buying game has changed dramatically. Shoppers, a lot of times, they can go online, they can do their research, look at various buying tools to their advantage. That can lead to better deals, smarter buying decisions, higher satisfaction in the long run. So let's get some expert advice on how to navigate the car buying process. I'm joined now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Motor Trend editor Duncan Brady, who's live with us. And I can tell that you have a couple of cars there, Duncan. Good morning. Tell us about your top tips for buying a car right now.
Hey, Andrew. Good morning. Thanks for having me. So if we have one tip, it's that you got to do your research. You want to be the expert when you walk into that dealership. And as you mentioned, folks who use online tools like the Buyer's Guide, who become the expert, they're the ones who get better deals, who have higher long-term satisfaction.
I see you have a couple of cars there. Tell us about the cars that you're right now in the middle of.
We do. So we have an ultimate ranking system here at Motor Trend, and these are two of our favorite vehicles. The Kia Telluride you see here, this is our favorite three-row family SUV. It was our SUV of the year a few years back, and this year brings a mid-cycle refresh. So tweaks to the already excellent styling, which I'm sure you guys are familiar with. There's new tech inside, plus you get a couple off-road variants, including the X Pro on your screen right now. Did you know this Kia has 14 interior upholstery options? That's bananas. That's Bentley stuff. It's easy to see, especially considering that the base model has the big screen, has Apple CarPlay, has adaptive cruise control. Easy to see why this is our favorite three-row SUV. And then, of course, we have the Volvo XC40 Recharge, one of our favorite electric compact luxury SUVs. I said electric, there's no engine under there, motors and batteries. And this Volvo is really quick. I was giggling the first time I drove it. It's quicker than some Mustangs and Camaros, but it's a Volvo, right? These are the folks who brought us the 3-point safety belt back in 1959. So it's really safe. It has all of the driver assist active safety features you want, but it's also very crash worthy. It gets great crash test ratings. It's a 2022 IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus. You're seeing the interior right now. It's pretty luxurious. We have a Google-based infotainment and navigation system. There's Apple CarPlay. The car we have in studio right now has a really handsome vegan tailored wool upholstery option. You know, I'm a big fan of this Volvo.
Hey, Duncan, what's the MSRPs on both of those vehicles? They, of course, look very nice.
Good question. I'm not exactly sure. I believe the Kia is somewhere in that $45,000 range, and the Volvo might be closer to 60.
Okay, so, you know, the last year we were dealing with a lot of supply chain issues with cars to the point where people were going for used cars, and used cars were more expensive in certain situations than the new cars. Is that supply chain issue with all the computer chips, has that been resolved now?
Getting better, yes. Dealers have a lot more inventory than they had a few years ago, and we're not dealing with the same level of chip shortage that we had in years past.
Okay, so I know you are an editor for Motor Trend. They put out all kinds of publications year-round, including the Buyer's Guide. Tell me how it enhances someone who's in the market for a new ride.
So we talked about doing your research earlier. The Buyer's Guide is our research headquarters. We have 3 outstanding tools plus vehicle overview pages on literally every car on sale. We have a great team here in El Segundo, and I want to talk about those tools. So we have CarMatch. That's the closest you can get to giving me a call and asking for personalized buying advice. Really, these are the same questions I'd ask my mom, my dad, if their name popped up on my phone. You know, you answer those questions, you see, and we give you a few recommendations. The whole process takes about 30 seconds. I mentioned Ultimate Car Rankings. We rank nearly every car on sale, cars, trucks, SUVs, in over 45 segments. So, you know, if you want to see what's best in some automotive segment, we have the answers for you there. And it's all backed by Motor Trend's testing expertise and the features, safety, fuel economy that buyers want to know about. Once you narrow it down, have a few options, Car Compare will save you a bunch of time. Instead of going to dealership websites, sifting through all that sales nonsense, you can see the pricing, the fuel economy, all the specs right there in one place.
Let me ask you this, Duncan. We have thousands of people that watch us on the digital desk each and every morning. And if someone is thinking, you know, I probably by the end of this year need to start looking for a new vehicle, where would you tell them to start? I mean, give me, like, if you would, maybe 3 bullet points. What should they do?
Sure. So you probably already know your budget, right? But then you want to think about, what kind of car do I need? Do I need a bunch of cargo space? Do I need off-road capability? Then you'll go for an SUV. But if you prioritize, say, fuel economy and driving dynamics, then you'd go for something like a hatchback or sedan. But again, you just got to do the research. We're the ones who get the chance and have the privilege to drive all of the cars on sale, more or less. And I really trust the folks on staff here to give strong recommendations and make sure folks buy the right car.
Okay, Motor Trend editor Duncan Brady, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for the insight, the info, and take care of yourself, man.
Thanks for having me. All the good stuff is at motortrend.com/cars.
Cutting out cable doesn't mean you have to cut out local news. Action News 5 makes it easy to keep up with what's happening in the 901 through Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. You can watch breaking news and weather from anywhere we go live, like and comment on the stories that matter to you, and share your ideas directly with us. So tap in using your phone, tablet, or computer, making it easy to stay in the know in the 901. We're taking action for you. WMC Action News 5. Find us wherever you scroll.
Hi, I'm Jaren Jackson Jr. of the Memphis Grizzlies, and I am officially vaccinated. I cannot wait to get back to spending time with my family and friends. I think people should do their research and make sure they get informed on the vaccine, and I definitely did that. I definitely looked up side effects, everything that I could find out, and I felt like it was still in my best interest to get the vaccine as well for anybody really. So I'm encouraging everybody to do that.
Well, Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 digital desk, and I'm sure you know sleep is so important. And if you didn't know, March is Sleep Awareness Month, and so we are wanting to get some more information about how you can make the most of the sleep that you get and just how it can impact your health. So joining us this morning, we have a special guest with us this morning, Amy Duffy, Dr. Amy Duffy. How are you doing? We're so glad to have you on this morning.
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for having me.
So I want to dive right in because as someone who used to work really odd hours, I used to work a morning show here at one of our television stations within our company, and so I would have to come into work at 3 o'clock in the morning. And it was always difficult for me to make myself go to bed early so I could get enough sleep. And I learned that if you don't get enough sleep, it can really impact your overall health. Can you talk a little bit about some of the impacts that it can create for you if you're not getting that quality sleep?
Absolutely. We see lack of sleep can lead to many chronic health conditions and diseases like diabetes, obesity, heart disease, and even depression. And lack of sleep leads to motor vehicle accidents and lots of mistakes at work, and that can cause a growing number of disabilities and injuries every year. It's really something that we have to get a hold on for our health. I think that lack of sleep is really almost a pandemic here in America.
And I feel like there's been a lot of talk about this particular topic. We just had daylight saving time, and of course that can mess with your sleep patterns and things like that.
Absolutely.
I know there's some legislation going through right now about staying in daylight saving time, and so people are thrown off. What kind of tips? I know that you have some mistakes that maybe people make that keep them from being able to get to sleep. Can you talk about what some of those mistakes might be?
Absolutely. One of the first mistakes is drinking a cup of hot cocoa or warm milk. So did you ever have your grandma say, "Here, sweetie, here's a cup of warm hot cocoa," right?
Oh, yes.
So that hot cocoa is full of sugar and caffeine, and it can be really stimulating and keep you from falling asleep. That warm milk for some can exacerbate acid reflux, waking you up later, making you uncomfortable, stomach upset. And both of these are liquids. Drinking liquids right before bed, you're going to be waking up later to pee.
Exactly. I know myself. I've made the mistake where I would drink hot chocolate or even some teas out there that have caffeine. Green tea, I believe, has caffeine in it. And so I could see that being a mistake you make. You're drinking something hot, warm, thinking that it maybe will help you relax, but actually it has the opposite effect. So what else?
And here's the other one, right? Another beverage people want to drink right before they go to bed is maybe a glass of wine or a beer, whatever your beverage of choice is, right? And that calms your brain down, thinking, oh, that's going to help me get ready for bed and go to sleep. And it may calm you down initially, but the withdrawal from alcohol can be really stimulating, and it will wake you up later. And alcohol is a diuretic and another liquid, so right before bed, that's going to wake you up later again. Many alcoholic beverages have a lot of sugar in them, including that wine or those mixers with maybe a margarita or something like that. And that sugar rush is going to be followed by a sugar crash, and you're going to wake up with night sweats. That's not menopause, lady. That's your blood sugar dropping.
I would have not known that at all. And it's so interesting, though, because you bring up all of these different things, and in your mind, you're thinking that this is helping you sleep, when in fact it's counterintuitive. And one of them that I know is on this list, it was talking about sleeping pills. What's the story with that?
Yeah, so sleeping pills, a lot of people think they're sleeping pills, and really most of them are just sedatives. They're tricking your mind and your body into thinking that you're sleeping, but you're really not sleeping, and you're going to wake up still feeling unrested and even a little bit hungover the next morning. Not a good idea.
Yeah, I understand that. I know when I've been sick in the past, and you take the medicine that maybe the PM, Tylenol PM, and sometimes you wake up feeling groggier than you did before you went to sleep. So, and then of course, we as humans are so reliable on technology, and it seems like we're constantly, we have our phone in our hand. And I mean, could this be another thing that just really keeps you awake at night?
Absolutely. So that light from your cell phone, as soon as you turn it on, it's going to stimulate your brain. It interrupts your circadian rhythm, and it suppresses the hormone melatonin, which is the important hormone that's going to help you sleep. This is one of the biggest mistakes that we see. Instead,
no, continue.
Yeah, I was going to say one of the best things you can do if you want to borrow your phone for a few minutes is have a ready, available, recorded audio of a meditation or a relaxation where you can just ready to go, hit the button and help that calm you down. Do some deep breathing exercises, in for 4 and out for 4. Those are both really good things that can help you fall back to sleep.
I know for myself, I've downloaded that app called Calm before when I've had trouble sleeping, and I think there's even some of that calming sound or noises, the natural noises that you can find on YouTube too, that I've turned to before when I could not sleep, because sometimes my brain just gets so active that I sit there restless at night. So we talked about some mistakes that maybe people make that could be impacting their quality of sleep. Do you have any other tips to maybe help people if they're struggling to be able to get to bed at night and get that quality sleep that we all need?
Yeah. I think anytime we can start the process ahead of time, having a good routine, trying to go to bed at the same time every night is very good. Our brains are ready for that melatonin to kick in. Our cortisol comes down as we go to sleep at night. So anything that you can do to start turning your lights off at nighttime, maybe turn on some of that calming music and start the process early enough to get your brain out of that stimulating sympathetic mode and into our rest and digest mode.
And I know you mentioned something about how sleeping pills can impact your quality of sleep. What about those like melatonin gummies or something like that? Are those helpful?
Yeah, melatonin is the hormone that we need to help us sleep, and it can actually be suppressed with all this stimulation. So cortisol is your wake-up hormone, and melatonin is your sleep hormone. When we're stimulated and stressed and turning lights on, that actually increases cortisol, which suppresses your melatonin. So for some people, taking anywhere from 1 to 3 milligrams of melatonin up to 5 or 6 maybe to start out with, without having a conversation with your doctor. Going higher doses sometimes is necessary, but definitely in those low doses, it absolutely can help calm your brain down and start that sleep process.
Definitely some great advice. Is there any anything else you want to add before we let you go?
I think that's about it. You know, like I said, I think sleep is such a powerful thing that's going to help turn our health around. It's going to give you more energy. And we really just have to focus on how can we start that process of getting better sleep, not only falling asleep, but keeping us from waking up in the middle of the night. That's really important. So I appreciate it so much for being on with you.
Well, Dr. Amy Duffy, thank you for taking some time with us, and you have a good rest of your morning, all right?
Thank you so much. You too.
Here's a life hack. While you're physically at work, you can be mentally somewhere else entirely. So grab a refreshing summer edition Red Bull slush and imagine you're at the pool, or literally anywhere else but at work. Sonic Red Bull Summer Edition slush. Sonic.
Get ready to splash into summer at the YMCA. With 2 great options to join the Y, there's something for everyone. Choose the Summer Splash Pass and enjoy the outdoor pools and splash pads now through September. Or take 20% off regular monthly memberships and keep saving for life. And you get all the great benefits of the YMCA with family and individual membership options. Visit the website at ymcamemphis.org for full details and to join today.
Imagine a place where a cool summer breeze blows and burgers have that smoky char-grilled flavor. And also the breeze is your car's air conditioner because you're eating at Sonic. New Sonic Griller.
Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. DeSoto County, DeSoto Fest. It's a celebration of cultures, a community organized event. Mission is to promote and celebrate international diversity and heritage in DeSoto County and surrounding counties. I'm joined now by Latoya Silas Rogers. She's chapter president for DeSoto County Alumni, the Delta Sigma Theta chapter sorority. Good morning to you, Latoya. How are you?
Good morning, Andrew. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Nice to have you here. So tell me more about DeSoto Fest.
So DeSoto Fest is our first ever event that we're putting on in DeSoto County. We are looking to celebrate all of the cultures in the area. We're looking to have all of our community members come out, not just in DeSoto County, but in the surrounding area. So we're giving you entertainment, food, shopping, all wrapped up in one wonderful day.
Okay, and so this is on Saturday, June 10th, from 10 to 5 at the Lander Center. So give me a description of the atmosphere there.
So, you know, the Lander Center offers plenty of concerts and activities. So what we'll have set up for the day is the entire area where you'll have vendors. We have over 35 vendors scheduled to be there, selling their wares, offering their products. We have food trucks available. There'll be an area for children to have face painting, balloons, and to play games. And so we're just looking forward to providing a family fun atmosphere on that day.
And the goal is to promote the diversity in the community?
Absolutely. So, you know, DeSoto County is the third largest county in Mississippi. And from the years of 2010 to 2020, it grew almost 20%. And so, you know, we have to honor, celebrate, highlight all of the communities that are living in DeSoto County and the surrounding areas.
Do you know how many different cultures and various ethnic backgrounds are going to be there? I know that Germantown, I think, does a similar international fest where they have something like 30 different countries represented. Is that the kind of event that's going to be at the Lander Center?
So this is our first year doing it, and so we don't have as many as 30, but we have at least 5 different cultures represented, and you'll see that in our entertainment portion of the day. And so we are hoping to continue this event every year moving forward, and then to grow the cultures that you see involved.
Excellent, excellent. So how much does it cost for people to get in?
Absolutely nothing. We are putting this event on free to the community. So the only thing that they'll pay for is if what they buy from our vendors and what they eat from our food trucks.
Excellent, excellent. Latoya, this sounds amazing. Anything else we can touch on before we let you go?
And so we just want to make sure that we can offer, we have some sponsor spots that are available. So if you're looking to be a sponsor for the event, you can reach us at dcacfest@gmail.com.
Okay, Latoya Rogers, you are the chapter president of DeSoto County Delta Sigma Theta sorority. Good luck with the event on Saturday. It sounds like it's going to be a great time, 10 to 5 at the Lander Center. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much.
Hey, I'm Brian Reed with Best Care Plumbing, Heating, and Air. And in the dog days of summer, a dirty air conditioner can leave you in the doghouse. Good news, it's tune-up time at Best Care. For $69, we'll keep you out of trouble. Let us wash away the dirt and grime of winter from your air conditioner as part of our 24-point inspection for only $69. And we'll also include a leak check at no charge. Call us today and ask about our early bird special, and we'll perform your tune-up for only $57. And when it comes to your comfort, you deserve the best. Best Care Home.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It is Tuesday. It is June 6th, and we are joined by the person who is in charge of everything Juneteenth in Memphis, Talisa Franklin, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk to talk about all the positive things and how you can be a part of these positive things to make Memphis and the Mid-South so much better. Talisa, how's it going? How are you?
Amazing. How are you doing, my brother? Good to talk to you this morning.
I am doing fantastic. I'm happy to speak to you, and I'm really looking forward to next week when we're going to be doing the Juneteenth luncheon together.
Absolutely. I am super excited. You know, this whole month of Juneteenth in June in Memphis is such an amazing experience to share our culture, just to share Memphis to everybody, right? And so I want to, first and foremost, everybody, make sure you go to memphisjuneteenth.com and you see all things Juneteenth. Listen, Shelby County, Memphis, we are doing it big. I tell people around the world when I'm talking to them now, I say, listen, Memphis and the Bluff City was doing Juneteenth before it was cool and before it was a hashtag. So we've been doing it 30 years and we're celebrating. So you can see all things Juneteenth on our Memphis Juneteenth website. That website will literally show you all the things that I plan and so many other amazing organizers that's right here in the city of Memphis will all come together and put everything under one umbrella. So you have one place where you can go get all things Juneteenth. So whether you're in North Memphis, South Memphis, East Memphis, or downtown or Midtown, you can actually go to that website and find where it's going on in your community to celebrate Juneteenth. So I'm telling you, it's a lot of great things happening. But this weekend is Juneteenth the Musical, Juneteenth the Musical. Listen, we will be in downtown Memphis at the Halloran Center, right there at the Orpheum Halloran Center. And we're excited about Juneteenth the Musical. There's 2 shows you have an opportunity to experience Juneteenth the Musical. Let me tell you, Young Actors Guild is known for putting on the best productions this side of heaven, right? And we all love Christy Chandler. She has been working with young people and her alumni team for so many years, and she's the artistic director. And I'm just grateful that she took a vision, a baby of mine, to say, listen, everybody may not get it in the book. Everybody may not get it when you're talking to them. But if you put it with music and you put it with theatrics, oh, they'll get it, because everybody got to walk away and know why they should celebrate Juneteenth. So listen, parents, grandparents, aunties and uncles and friends and foes, get there this Saturday, a 2:00 show and a 7:00 show. You got to go to Ticketmaster and get those tickets, okay? You got to get those tickets at Ticketmaster. Juneteenth the Musical. Listen, seats are filling up really, really fast, and I don't want you to miss this experience. Last year, it was a blast, so this year it's going to be a blast. Yes, it's going to be even bigger. I'm super excited. And shout out to the Halloran Center and the Orpheum for allowing us to be in that space, right? We have really evolved, and I'm so grateful for Juneteenth the Musical is happening this weekend. And then next week, y'all heard it, Andrew will be our amazing host for our luncheon. Listen, Juneteenth Freedom Luncheon. Let me tell you about this luncheon. It is going to be impactful. We have so many people that has already purchased tables and companies because they want to be in the room to celebrate Memphis, to celebrate freedom, and to also hear a mighty word from Dr. Ray Winbush. Listen, you got to look him up, y'all. He's amazing. He's out of Washington, D.C. He's going to talk some good things for us, because where do we go from here, y'all? And he got some great ideas, some great intellect, and you don't want to miss it. And shout out to the Shelby County Black Legislative Caucus for making sure it's our presenting sponsor. Thank you for all that you do, Black Caucus, right here in our Shelby County Legislative. I appreciate you, and Memphis does too. So listen, y'all, get your tickets, and let me tell you, and you're going to be in for a treat. It will be an experience from when you walk on the grounds of the Holiday Inn University of Memphis until you get in the room. You will feel freedom in the room. It's in the atmosphere. So get your tickets, and I mean, get them today, y'all. Memphis Juneteenth, get those tickets. Companies, we do have a few more tables available. And if you know that you want your company, you want your employees, you want some of your high-level execs that can't get out to the parking, to the festivities, they need to get there in this room, because they need to hear this message from Dr. Ray Winbush that's going to bless your life and bless your company life. And especially if you are leading a diversity, equity, and inclusion department, because we know so many companies are now, right? You guys need your department in this luncheon, because I believe there will be some takeaways and some best practices that you can go back into your corporation and to your organization, say, I think we need to do this so it can be truly equity and inclusion for all. So I need to see y'all there. Get all the information at memphisjuneteenth.com. Then y'all, and it's hosted again by my dear brother, my dear friend. I'm so excited. I'm always excited about what WMC5 does. And the whole family over there is super duper amazing. And then y'all, we actually get ready to get to the park. And listen, grab your friends, grab your sisters, grab your brothers, and let's get ready for the 2.5 run, mile, walk, y'all. It's time to run and walk. And why you say So he said, why we ain't doing a 5K? Why we ain't doing a 1K? Why ain't doing a 10K? Because you know what? It was 2.5 years for the slaves found out they were free in Galveston, Texas. And so it was 2.5 years before people knew after Emancipation Proclamation was signed that they were free. So we're walking for 2.5 miles. And listen, shout out to YMCA and Mid-South Transplant for being our presenting sponsor. We're so excited about all you guys contribute to the community. So grab your teams, get your family, get out there to the run walk, register online. Registrations, single registration and team registrations is available online. Okay, make sure you get that. And then y'all listen, the festival has started. Get ready for food, fun, and outdoor education. And let me tell you who our headliners. And listen, the best part about Juneteenth festival festivities, it's free admission and it's family friendly. And we have headlining this year is Yarbrough and Peoples. We all love them, world renowned. Then we have Memphis own that's now world renowned, Eva McKinney. Then we have world renowned Apostle Kevin Davidson in 4EC Culture. And we have Sunday's Best, none other than Maurice Griffin that's coming in from California. And not to say anything negative, but all positive. We got a lot of positive Memphis on the stage, y'all. We have 2 stages. And again, this event is absolutely free. Thank you, Memphis City of Memphis. Thank you, Shelby County. Thank you for Shelby County Health Department. And thank you, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee. They really do care about us. Listen, it's going to be a great week. But all things Memphis Juneteenth, MemphisJuneteenth.com.
That was great. You were bringing it, Talisa. I love it. I'm really looking forward to the Freedom Luncheon. Bless you. Love you. Take care of yourself, okay?
All right, brother. Bye-bye.
People need options. You need the option to excel, the chance to get beyond where you are, to refresh your skills and leap into the future. You need the option to be local, the possibility of growth where your roots are, while taking care of you and your loved ones. You need the option of a helping hand. The occasion to talk to someone who can help you take yourself to the next level. Go far, close to home. Northwest Mississippi Community College.
Hi, Bruce Fatberg of the Sunrise Buick GMC truck. Thinking about buying a newer used car or truck? Remember, the selection's better and the savings are bigger at Sunrise. Over 600 new cars and trucks to choose from. Factory rebates up to $1,000 and interest rates low as 2.9. Bad credit? It's okay. At Sunrise, we've got a financing plan for everybody. SunriseMemphis.com. We're saving you money. It's just the way you're doing business. Covington, Pike, Wolf Chase, and Collierville. We make it fun to buy a car again. Check out the all-new Sunrise Truck Corral. Huge selection of nothing but trucks. All makes, all models, all prices, all trucks, all the time. Thanks to Sunrise.
We are in the month of June, and June, as a reminder, it's Men's Health Month, and we're working on several different topics to make sure that we bring more awareness to men's health issues. And I know a lot of times men, if you're a typical guy, you don't go to the doctor until you're like ready to be on a stretcher, like you're about to die or something like that. We got Jared Davis. He's a counselor who's very passionate about men's health. He's joining us on the digital desk. Jared, good morning to you. Tell us some of the biggest issues right now affecting men's health and what we can do to bring awareness to them. Good morning.
Good morning. So some of the biggest issues affecting men's health right now are, one, like you mentioned, the fact that we don't tend to go in to see doctors for medical issues, much less for mental health issues. There's a large stigma towards it that we deal with on a daily basis. We have this idea that men are supposed to be strong, that men are supposed to be able to handle things on their own, that we're not supposed to reach out for help, that we have to be there for everyone else. When in fact, what we really need to do is start to redefine what strength is, because it is harder to reach out for help than it is to hold everything in.
That's a good way to put it. I know that, there are a lot of people that feel that exact same way. They're strong. They don't need to ask for help. That shows weakness to them. But, you know, when you peel back the layers, Jared, and you know this, I mean, some of the problems affecting them affect all of us, like affect men and women, like, you know, mental health issues, for example. That affects everybody, and it's not weak to say, you know what, I may need to see somebody about this, right?
Right. Like I said, it takes a lot of courage to reach out for help, but we can't pour from an empty cup. So it helps for us to be able to, or it helps us to be able to help other people when we're able to help ourselves, when we're able to reach out and get our own needs met.
So, so what other issues? So we talked about the idea of getting some help mentally. What else? Because yes, it is a mindset to just really kind of switch gears and talk about certain issues affecting men this month. What else can we talk about, Jared?
We can also talk about the support that men get from the people around them, being able to ask for that support rather than just reaching out for help to professionals. But also looking at those around them and saying, I need, or asking for exactly what they do need, whether that's something physical help, whether that's something with mental help, but not looking at themselves as an island.
So you're a counselor at Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. I'm sure you hear all kinds of reasons why men have certain health ailments, both mentally and physically. From your perspective, what do you see the most that's troubling some Mid-Southerners?
There's a lot of issues with, are you referring to specific illnesses or specific reasons that we're not reaching out? Sorry, just to clarify.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, just in general terms, what are men struggling with from your office, from your perspective?
A lot of stress and anxiety is what I'm hearing a lot of. There's these feelings of not being good enough or not being able to handle things well enough, not being able to catch up, with everything going on with the economy where our country is right now. There's a lot of stress put on everyone, and to feel like you have a responsibility to take care of others while not being able to necessarily handle everything by yourself or for yourself. It builds up a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety about the future, what's coming, what is expected of you.
I wonder if the pandemic has had some impact here, when it comes to added stress and added anxiety and some of the issues that you just brought up, and also why this stigma, why it exists, why is it so hard for men to get the proper care they need?
Yeah, the pandemic has definitely had an effect because it's changed how we interact with people. It's changed how we view health, and change is always going to be a stressful situation. Change is always going to be something that affects our anxiety, that affects our, affects our emotions. And we need to be able to acknowledge those emotions. The anxiety is not a bad thing. Stress is not a bad thing. They're just not meant to be prolonged. So we have to get into a place where we learn to address those things as they come up, rather than just holding on to them and letting them stay there for long periods of time.
Before we let you go, Jared, any suggestions, maybe tips, certain ways that you could address that? We have thousands of viewers that watch us each and every morning on the digital desk. Maybe there's ways that that people can deal with some of the issues that they're dealing with right now. I know 988 is a mental health hotline that's 24/7. What else can we tell people?
Also, you can even just type into Google what you're looking for as far as maybe finding a therapist to help. You can ask, for specifics, exactly what you need in a therapist, whether it's a certain gender, a certain race, somebody who specializes in a certain thing. But ask for what you need and don't be afraid to be specific in that. You can also reach out to resources like the Living Well Network, which can be reached at 901-762-8558. And that's a resource that will help to connect you with different mental health resources in the area. So you can always reach out to them for any type of first when you're looking for any type of resources. That's a resource to help you find resources. Again, that number is 901-762-8558.
All right, Jared Davis, Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare's counselor. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Bank with confidence at First South Financial, one of the top 1% of financial institutions in the U.S. for strength and stability. Visit firstsouth.com today.
First South Financial, banking with friends since 1957.
Hey, did you hear the news? If not, catch up now with Action News 5's official YouTube channel. You can like, comment, and share the stories that matter to you. Meet the Action News 5 team and get a blast from the past in the Action News 5 vault. Top stories and special reports you may have missed or just want to watch again are added daily, so you can stay in the know with the 901. Visit youtube.com/actionnews5 and never miss out on the exciting things happening around you.
I'm Bobby Jones of Delta Medicare Benefits Group, the Mid-South's #1 trusted source for all things Medicare. At Delta Medicare Benefits Group, you work with local Mid-Southerners. There's no 800 number, no machines to talk to, just local Medicare experts. Together, we'll come up with the best Medicare plan that fits your individual needs. Call today for your free Medicare consultation at 460-7220 or stop by our office at 5050 Poplar Avenue.
Bank with confidence at First South Financial, one of the top 1% of financial institutions in the U.S. for strength and stability. Visit firstsouth.com today.
First South Financial, banking with friends since 1957.
Did you know that 64% of Americans typically abandon their New Year's resolution within the first month? That doesn't surprise me at all. And you know what's at the top of the list typically? It has to deal with getting in shape, and it also has to deal with your financial shape. You got to get in your financial shape. And so many people just abandon this after that first month. Well, it's time to get back on track when it comes to your finances. And here to help us out is the founder of the Fiscal Femme. We are joined now by Ashley Feinstein-Gerstley. Thank you for joining us, Ashley. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for having me.
No, I appreciate it. So let's talk about the #1 tip to getting our budgets back on track. It is February, it's mid-February. Maybe some people have lost track of their New Year's resolutions. How do we get it back on track, Ashley?
My #1 tip is to purge expenses that you won't miss or aren't using. And to clean up the finances, look at what you spent so far this year. Are there subscriptions that you aren't using or completely forgot about? Or maybe there are expenses that aren't adding much value or happiness to your life. We want to let go of those expenses first.
Always good advice. I mean, it's like we have to pay off all of our bills from the holiday season, and it's like, we need a way to get back on track. There are a lot of tools out there to make sure that we're spending properly, that our spending is in order. Are there any that you would recommend, Ashley?
Just like you said with the holidays, sometimes we need some time to pay things off. So we want to make our finances flexible. I've partnered with a firm and I recommend them because they offer a transparent way to pay over time on your own schedule on anything from last minute travel expenses, home essentials, electronics, and even car repair without the hidden fees or compound interest that you might find with credit cards.
Good advice there. And, I've heard this before that people like a high credit score. In fact, they find it sexy if your finances are in order. And we saw this in a new survey out that financial stability is sexy. Tell me more.
Yes, if you needed one more reason to stick with your money resolutions, financial stability is sexy. A recent survey from a firm showed that consumers are prioritizing finances in their relationship. And actually the majority, 3 out of 4, say that financial stability is a turn on. So if you are looking for love or looking to rekindle some love, you want to get that budget in order. And a great way to do that is to surround yourself by friends, family, loved ones who will help you and support you in your money goals.
You know, I remember hearing something a few years ago when they were when there was, you know, Match.com and all these online dating apps. They talked about, well, what is your credit score? And I thought that was kind of funny and foolish, but in actuality, there's a lot of truth to that. You know, what is your financial stability? That's interesting how it is. What about any other final advice that we haven't hit on yet?
We want to simplify, simplify, simplify. So the easier it is to keep our finances in order, the easier it is to stay on track. And a great place to start is with our accounts. Do you have extra savings accounts, checking accounts, or have you been meaning to roll over a company 401k? We want to consolidate and simplify. And we can also do that with our budget. So the fewer categories we have, the easier it is to track and maintain. And we can always add details later. And another final tip is to make our spending intentional. Every time we spend money, we have the opportunity to vote for more of the world we want to see and to align our spending with our values. And that might mean switch a recurring expense over to a BIPOC or woman-owned business, or to purchase goods from a company working to be more sustainable. And often when our spending is more intentional, it has the wonderful side effect of actually reducing the amount we spend.
I like that. I like all of that. Now, for more information on where people can go to get more of what we talked about, where can they do that?
Yes, they can learn more about Affirm at affirm.com and can follow along my budgeting tips at the Fiscal Femme.
Okay, Ashley Feinstein Gerstley, the Fiscal Femme founder. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Have a great rest of the week.
Thank you so much for having me.
Get ready to splash into summer at the YMCA. With 2 great options to join the Y, there's something for everyone. Choose the Summer Splash Pass and enjoy the outdoor pools and splash pads now through September. Or take 20% off regular monthly memberships and keep saving for life. And you get all the great benefits of the YMCA with family and individual membership options. Visit the website at ymcamemphis.org for full details and to join today.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com and all of our digital platforms. It's passing showers here on a Thursday. Couple of things that will happen as we roll through the day. Not only do we get the passing showers, but we also get the opportunities for some cooler and drier air. Say cooler, it's going to be brief, and drier air and cleaner air. So some positivity in our haze and smoke situation, but we do have to tangle with a couple of showers here this morning as the front makes its way through the area. After that, we'll see some sunshine breaks and temperatures rebounding back through the middle 80s. Let's go hour by hour with your futurecast. And again, you'll notice a few showers working their way across the Mid-South this morning. A couple of heavier pockets of rain can't be rolled out through midday. Then we'll trend drier heading into the afternoon hours of your Thursday with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures will range from the lower 80s and middle 80s out towards the Tennessee River Valley, back to the middle 80s across eastern portions of Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, and the metro area. Tonight, we should be mostly clear outside of some showers and storms. Places like Cross County, St. Francis County, down through Lee and Phillips counties. In Arkansas, you may have a couple of downpours overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning, so something to be cognizant of. And otherwise, we'll start off tomorrow in the 60s under a variably cloudy sky, eventually seeing more in the way of sunshine on the way, and improving in the department of smoke. Of course, yesterday we had this plume of smoke, which is now in northeast Mississippi and northern Alabama, sinking down towards the south. Cleaner air on the way. That's some positive notes there. So improving in our air quality here across the Mid-South. And the positive note is that we probably won't see very much in the way of issues moving forward as our pattern switches up here in the next couple of days. This is going to run through Saturday, and you'll notice again, and not terrible. You'll still notice there's going to be some haze off in the distance, but not to the same extent as what we've seen in recent days. Now, rain opportunities to help cleanse the atmosphere. A little better chance to come back on Sunday of this week. Not looking to be a washout though on your Sunday, okay? Start of the day looks to be dry. We might get some showers and storms overnight Saturday, leading into Sunday. Then a lull in the activity, and then we'll have another wave of rain and storms to come in here Sunday night into early Monday morning before that system pushes away from us. Of course, here's the area of low pressure. This is Saturday morning. You'll notice a warm front working its way northward. We should be able to get through the Boats game with no problems, but with that warm front draped across the Mid-South and really across Arkansas into northern Mississippi, there might be a boundary where we have some thunderstorms flaring up through central Arkansas and kind of work their way back through the mid-delta of Mississippi. So we'll watch that. That will be for Saturday, but I think it misses Memphis. We will have our better rain chances for Memphis and most of the Mid-South to come in here during the afternoon hours of your Sunday. That could feature an isolated strong or severe storm. Wind and hail, the primary issues with that as it shifts off towards the east. This is Monday morning. Notice the frontal boundary pushing past Memphis and drier air begins to filter into the area. My friends, that's brief. That front works its way down to the south, but there have been indications that it stalls out and wavers over the Arkansas Delta and back up through the Mid-South. So it is possible that we could have an unsettled pattern to emerge as we head towards the middle portion of next week. In the meantime, we'll be a little bit cooler in the wake of that system with highs in the 80s early next week. There's a good indicator that we could get quite warm towards the end of next week heading into Father's Day weekend. Some spots in the south could be making runs for the middle and upper 90s. It's not out of the realm of possibility there. But for us, we're going to have to wait and see, and it all depends on that placement of the front if it sticks around at all. So let's go ahead and be prepared for an unsettled week next week with some opportunities for rain and storms. Mild, at least for the first part of the week. Hotter towards the end of the week. I think Thursday, Friday of next week in the low 90s. Our best opportunities for rain coming in here locally Sunday, not a washout. I think there will be some sun breaks still possible on Sunday, but the better rain chances to come in Sunday afternoon, evening into the overnight period. Can't rule out an isolated strong storm or two. The rest of this work week, a few showers here today and lower chance for rain for your Friday, turning a bit warmer by Saturday.
No one deserves to live like this. When it's time for a plumber, you deserve the best. Best Care Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Want to tell you about the man charged with hitting another man in the head with a golf club in Whitehaven last December. He's now been indicted by a Shelby County grand jury. He faces an attempted second-degree murder charge. Memphis police say Wesley Caldwell, let's see if we can find him here. Wesley Caldwell is charged with attempted second-degree murder here. Marco Coleman is the victim in this case, according to investigators. He was hit with the club so hard it cracked his skull. So after weeks in the hospital, family members tell us that Coleman is now undergoing rehab for a brain injury. Caldwell was originally charged with aggravated assault, currently out on bond. We're checking to see when his next court date will be, if the DA will seek a higher bond in this case. The 15-year-old Memphis boy charged with killing a beloved watermelon salesman will now be charged as an adult. Demarion Tackett faces first-degree murder and robbery charges. Memphis police say he and another person who has yet to be arrested were trying to rob John Moderna 3 weeks ago in the Berkeley neighborhood of Memphis. And investigators say Moderna was shot while trying to defend himself. He had been selling watermelon in Memphis for decades. He later died in the hospital. Steve Mulroy spoke about this case earlier this week.
Mentioned that his prior contacts with law enforcement prior to this May 26th arrest only included a violation of curfew and joyriding.
So Tackett is yet to be booked in the jail. No word on what that bail will be. No new charges against one of the suspects in the death of Memphis rapper Young Dolph. Jamarcus Johnson now facing 3 counts of accessory after a fact, 1 count of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. He's one of 4 men charged in the case. Shelby County prosecutors say Johnson helped the other suspects get away and arrange payments for them after the November 2021 shooting. Johnson's due back in court on Friday. Jackson, Mississippi now. Animal control officers confiscated 6 adult pit bulls, 1 puppy after someone was attacked. Their owner arrested. The 6 dogs taken to Mississippi Animal Rescue League and euthanized. Charges could be upgraded against the owner as the extent of the injuries are very severe. Looking ahead, Memphis Police Department holding a hiring expo this weekend. You can meet them 170 North Main Street, their headquarters, from 11 to 3. The department offering a $15,000 sign-on bonus along with $10,000 meant for relocation. Entergy wants to help customers in Mississippi and Arkansas lower their utility bills, get the most efficiency out of their appliances and AC as the summer approaches. Entergy Solutions. Their workers are going door to door, offering all kinds of products and services, energy audits, free installations of shower heads, faucets as well. Employees will wear the Entergy logo and badges with their name and their picture. 80 million Americans are risking coast-to-coast air pollution. Canadian wildfires, that's the culprit. 65 million people, more than a dozen states, dealing with some poor air quality. Researchers say poor air quality can be certainly a concern for anyone, especially with seniors, children, and those with respiratory conditions. National Weather Service says that exposure can lead to headaches, irritated eyes, nose, and throat. Health leaders say there is a couple things you can do to prevent health issues when the air quality is not good.
People that are vulnerable probably need to stay indoors. They can wear an N95 mask. That's not really practical. Making sure their HVAC systems are well serviced and their filters are cleaned, things like that. Air purifiers in the house might help a little bit, but those are ways certainly to make it better.
Quick way to see if you need to take precautions before heading outdoors is to check the air quality index. If the index is over 100, it's considered unhealthy for sensitive groups, including the elderly, the very young, and those with breathing disorders. Okay, so we know that heat and the hot triple-digit heat is one of the big stories that we are dealing with here in Memphis and the Mid-South. It's really been in the 90s since Sunday, and we've had heat advisories every day this week. It continues today. And joining me now to talk about ways to just kind of deal with the HVAC in your home is Mark Davison. He's the program chair for the HVAC program at Remington College. Mark, thanks for joining us this morning. How are you? Are you staying cool?
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me. Staying cool as I can be.
Good. I have to admit this. My AC went out Monday night, and it was awful. We had to do one of those emergency calls. We had someone come by, and they ended up fixing it late at night. But it is something that we're all just kind of terrified with when we have triple-digit heat. Let's talk about some basic maintenance ideas and advice that you could give some people out there just to make sure that, you know, when it comes to this type of heat, our HVAC system is working as best as it can be.
Yes, sir. I recommend that everybody schedule a tune-up with a professional service company. I would say starting in March to get ahead of the heat. It typically doesn't get this hot until July, but it is really painful when you have that emergency breakdown in the middle of the night, which could have been prevented if you schedule a March tune-up. A lot of companies tend to run specials in March to, have the early bird special to get parts serviced and, get your system washed and clean, because cleanliness is next to godliness when it comes down to your AC system. So that's one thing you can do. You can also make sure that you don't have vegetation around your air conditioning system, as that can prevent the swirling air currents around it from escaping. Your system outside needs to be able to breathe. So you need to make sure you keep the vegetation away from the system. And also, if you have a side discharge system, if you're planting bushes or roses, that can kill the roses. Using a programmable T-stat or thermostat will help you save money during the hot summer months, where when you're sleeping, you don't really need your house at 68 or 72. You can set it up, run a fan, that'll save you some money and also save you some run time on your system. And a lot of people don't know, you need to have the insulation in your attic inspected. Insulation provides a thermal barrier between the home and the sun due to the radiation. And if you have weak insulation in your home, that's going to increase your energy usage. And if you have a professional come out there and inspect your installation, that can save you on your costs of running your AC during the hot summer months.
Mark, I want to jump in there because that's something that's interesting. I want to get to those energy saving tricks. And specifically what you just said, because, you know, I've been in my attic from time to time looking at various things. Of course, that's where you store a lot of stuff. And I never know if my insulation is at the right level, if I should put more in. Is there just kind of an easy way to figure out if your insulation's at a good level, a good situation, or perhaps you need more, or what?
Well, there's really no such thing as too much insulation in a home. The more you have, the less heat will intrude in your home. So if you go upstairs and you have the roll insulation and if it's that pink puffy type, if it's dirty and heavy, it's time to get some new insulation. And what a lot of people can do, they can go to the big box store and buy the newspaper insulation where they can blow it in their attic, and that can help achieve savings. And that will help eliminate a lot of the heat that's leaving the attic to come into your space. And also on top of that, you can also invest in turbo fans for your attic to help eliminate a lot of that heat that's trapped in your attic. Because if you've been in your attic during the summertime trying to get something, you know how hot it can be. So putting the little whirly birds or the turbo fans at the top will help some of that heat vent out, and that can also increase your savings as well.
That's good advice right there. So, for example, if I were to put some of that insulation back into the home, generally, and I know it's a ballpark figure and I'm putting you on the spot, how much could you save in your energy bill? I mean, is it something minimal, 5-10%, or is it something maybe greater, 30%, if you were to add more insulation in your home?
If you add more insulation, like the newspaper blown insulation, I would say cover as much of the wooden joist as possible. And also the rafters, they have like the foam insulation that you can spray up there or have a company come up there and spray for you. And I would say on each month, you probably could save an additional 5 to 10% on your light bill. And also you have to worry about during the wintertime as well, as you don't want your heat to escape your home during the wintertime. So it also gives you some benefit in the winter because you have the fuel costs or the energy costs as well. So insulation will help save you money in the winter and in the summer.
What about air filters? A lot of people talk about air filters, making sure they're changed, and I get that, but is that really an energy saving tip, or is that just, the quality of air?
It's an energy saving tip and quality of air because you're going to be in your home for quite a bit. And not only does it clean your air, because sometimes we have little kids or we may have our parents staying with us who are a little bit more susceptible to allergies. You want to keep the air clean.
Yeah,
and a lot of people don't understand you have a cooling coil in there that's responsible for removing the heat from your home. And if that coil is clogged up due to lack of filtration, to remove that part and clean it and to put it back, right now that can cost close to $1,000 to get that clean. And all you have to do is just keep your filters clean, change your filters out. I'm old school. I still like to change my filters out once a month. So if you keep the filters changed, they have different types of filters. You have the pleated filters. You can get the electrostatic filters. And you also can get the UV lights, which not necessarily filtration, but they help remove bacteria from your coil, which can help prevent allergies from flowing up in your home, reduce colds, and they have been proven to help with the coronavirus. So those are some things that can help you with your costs and also keeping your system running to optimal efficiency.
Good advice right there, Mark. Let me ask you this, because I'm one of these people, and I know that there's plenty of others out there that unfortunately has had to deal with the AC going out at the worst possible time. Is there any kind of checklist that perhaps someone who isn't an HVAC expert, is there any checklist that maybe a homeowner can look at and say, okay, I need to go through these 4 or 5 basic steps if the AC is not working properly in order to determine if they need to call a technician to come by?
One of the easiest things to do is to go outside. If you suspect your air conditioning system not performing, go outside where the fan is turning. If you do not feel any heat coming from that fan, a lot of times that means that the outdoor compressor is not running. It's time to call a professional. If you go to the lines that are insulated on the outside, you're going to have a line that's insulated and a line that's not. And if that line doesn't feel cool during the summertime, it's time to call a professional. And let's see what else. And if the light on your thermostat is not glowing, if you have a digital thermostat, I would say try to replace the battery. A lot of times people will have the same battery in the thermostat that they had 10 years ago and then start to corrode. And if you clean that corrosion off, that could avoid a service call. But the main thing is just to make sure you have that technician coming out. Is scheduling a visit at least once a year, because you want to catch the small problems before they become big problems. Because right now during the summer, when techs are running like 8 calls a day and sometimes they can't come out till midnight, and they charge high fees for overtime calls, it can really save you a lot of money if you take those little small steps. And keeping your air conditioning clean will reduce the pressure that it's running under, and also keeping the filters clean will also help reduce the costs and also reduce maintenance costs. So those are some of the things that people can do to help out with their air conditioning.
That's some great info right there. Really appreciate you sharing that with us. Anything else we can touch on that you wanted to say about ways that people can save with their HVAC system this summer?
I'm a big fan of programmable thermostats. They have all type of thermostats out. Gone are the days of the old lever type, because the EPA is really cracking down on things that can hurt the environment. So if you get a programmable thermostat while you're at work, you can set your temperature up. And I don't recommend shutting your system completely off. That allows heat to build up in your home. But at least run it at a higher temperature, because if you can set your thermostat up 7 or 8 degrees when you're not there or when you're sleeping, then you can save on average 10 to 15% a year, which can equate to a lot of people, $200. And that can, give you an extra Christmas gift to buy somebody. So I would say get the programmable thermostats. And also, when the landscaper comes through, it doesn't hurt to wash the outdoor unit off. Just make sure the grass is washed off. That will help keep the unit from being clogged up. So those are some simple things you can do. Thermostats have come down in price a lot. So you can get one relatively reasonable at a big box store, or you can, get a high-end one that can operate with your smartphone. So it's kind of, you pick your poison on that, but it does help with the cost.
Mark Davison, program chair for Remington College HVAC program. Great stuff here, man. I think we're taking notes as you continue to give some great tips and some great advice, not only how to save energy, but to make sure your HVAC's running in tip-top shape. We appreciate you joining us. Thanks so very much.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Here's a life hack. While you're physically at work, you can be mentally somewhere else entirely. So grab a refreshing summer edition Red Bull slush and imagine you're at the pool, or literally anywhere else but at work. Sonic Red Bull Summer Edition slush. Sonic.
Get ready to splash into...
Cutting out cable doesn't mean you have to cut out local news. Action News 5 makes it easy to keep up with what's happening in the 901 through Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. You can watch breaking news and weather from anywhere we go live, like and comment on the stories that matter to you, and share your ideas directly with us. So tap in using your phone, tablet, or computer, making it easy to stay in the know in the 901. We're taking action for you. WMC Action News 5. Find us wherever you scroll.
Hi, I'm Jaren Jackson Jr. of the Memphis Grizzlies, and I am officially vaccinated. I cannot wait to get back to spending time with my family and friends. I think people should do their research and make sure they get informed on the vaccine, and I definitely did that. I definitely looked up side effects, everything that I could find out, and I felt like it was still in my best interest to get the vaccine as well for anybody, really. So I'm encouraging everybody to do that.
Were you stuck in some traffic yesterday? We had both bridges in Memphis over the Mississippi River shut down at the same time. It was a nightmare for so many people traveling yesterday, and it also sparked some new discussion on building perhaps a third bridge into Memphis. Action News 5's Tavarius Haywood shares the efforts being made for a new connection.
Tennessee State Representative Joe Towns says it's a no-brainer that a new bridge is needed.
It's something that the citizens need, commerce and industry needs. We need it for safety and, and just for living.
It's not a want anymore. It's a necessity. Let's get this done, and let's get it here where it meets the demand.
West Memphis Mayor Marco McClendon says a third bridge would help divert traffic around the city instead of through it, which causes infrastructure issues in the city of West Memphis.
So when they get in our community as a city, we don't have all those infrastructure dollars to be able to repair the street.
State Representative Towns says he has spoken with the U.S. Department of Transportation several times, and they support a new bridge. Towns says nobody is broke and there is money for it.
The infrastructure money that's in the White House or at the national level, you blend that with the money that we would put there, you blend that with the money that would come from Arkansas, this is probably going to be the least cost that we would all have to pay to attain this bridge.
Towns says if it doesn't happen now, the cost to build a bridge will go up. The location for a new bridge has been heavily debated, but Towns says it would likely be just north of Shelby Forest State Park. In Arkansas, Mayor McClendon, who is advocating for a new bridge in West Memphis, says Arkansas officials say they are on board. He's just waiting on them to make a move.
Saying we need to do it, that's good, but I need to see something in action to get it done. I'm so sick of this political BS when it comes down to doing what's right for the people.
Well, State Representative Joe Towns says getting a new bridge must be a priority for everyone, not only local and state leaders, but federal leaders as well, before anything can happen when it comes to a third bridge over the Mississippi River into Memphis. Tennessee teachers are participating in a training exercise this week to learn how to handle what happens after a crisis like a school shooting. Olivia Michael has details.
From the moment parents arrive,
come on over. Good morning.
To when they leave with their children.
Cody's mom, take that with you. And there's yours. There you go.
Every step was rehearsed.
If you think about it, recovery starts when the crisis begins. And the first step in a recovery process may very well be reunification.
The training focused on what happens after a crisis, the process of reuniting parents with their children.
2006, a stranger entered my daughter's high school in Platte Canyon in Bailey, Colorado.
John Michael Keys led Rutherford County educators in the reunification exercise. His foundation is called I Love You Guys.
While my daughter was held hostage, she sent a text message, I love you guys. And ultimately, the stranger killed my daughter, and the SWAT team took care of him.
Now he's made this work his life's mission.
Student information system, if you've got that electronically, cool, right? I think we're a little shy on rosters. It would have been handy to have a few more rosters.
Faculty also learned a new vocabulary for
Tennessee
crisis
teacher
response.
So instead of hearing code red or code yellow, they're going to hear lockdown, secure,
Hour 2, pod 3.
hold, evacuate, and shelter. Common words.
The experience was a first
about
for many of
depression,
those
heart, and gut health?
participating.
So I was a class leader, and my job was to organize all the students, make sure
Hour
they had
2,
their
pod 3,
wristbands, make sure I
weather.
took accountability for them.
But it's an exercise that may become more popular as these real-life situations occur across the country.
It's huge. We want them to have that sense of security that their student or their child will be returned to them at the end of the day.
Lucy Goosey.
Here's a life hack. While you're physically at work, you can be mentally somewhere else entirely. So grab a refreshing summer edition Red Bull Slush and imagine you're at the pool, or literally anywhere else but at work. Sonic Red Bull Summer Edition Slush. Sonic.
Get ready to splash into summer at the YMCA. With 2 great options to join the Y, there's something for everyone. Choose the Summer Splash Pass and enjoy the outdoor pools and splash pads now through September. Or take 20% off regular monthly memberships and keep saving for life. And you get all the great benefits of the YMCA with family and individual membership options. Visit the website at ymcamemphis.org for full details and to join today.
Imagine a place where a cool summer breeze blows and burgers have that smoky char-grilled flavor. And also the breeze is your car's air conditioner because you're eating at Sonic. New Sonic Griller. Sonic.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com and all of our digital platforms. It's passing showers here on a Thursday. Couple of things that will happen as we roll through the day. Not only do we get the passing showers, but we also get the opportunities for some cooler and drier air. Say cooler, it's going to be brief, and drier air and cleaner air. So some positivity in our haze and smoke situation, but we do have to tangle with a couple of showers here this morning as the front makes its way through the area. After that, we'll see some sunshine breaks and temperatures rebounding back through the middle 80s. Let's go hour by hour with your Futurecast. And again, you'll notice a few showers working their way across the Mid-South this morning. A couple of heavier pockets of rain can't be ruled out through midday. Then we'll trend drier heading into the afternoon hours of your Thursday with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures will range from the lower 80s and middle 80s out towards the Tennessee River Valley, back to the middle 80s across eastern portions of Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, and the metro area. Tonight, we should be mostly clear outside of some showers and storms. Places like Cross County, St. Francis County, down through Lee and Phillips counties. In Arkansas, you may have a couple of downpours overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning, so something to be cognizant of. And otherwise, we'll start off tomorrow in the 60s under a variably cloudy sky, eventually seeing more in the way of sunshine on the way and improving in the Department of Smoke. Of course, yesterday we had this plume of smoke, which is now in northeast Mississippi and northern Alabama, sinking down towards the south. Cleaner air on the way. That's some positive notes there. So improving in our air quality here across the Mid-South. And the positive note is that we probably won't see very much in the way of issues moving forward as our pattern switches up here in the next couple of days. This is going to run through Saturday, and you'll notice again, and not terrible. You'll still notice there's going to be some haze off in the distance, but not to the same extent as what we've seen in recent days. Now, rain opportunities to help cleanse the atmosphere. A little better chance to come back on Sunday of this week. Not looking to be a washout though on your Sunday, okay? Start of the day looks to be dry. We might get some showers and storms overnight Saturday leading into Sunday, then a lull in the activity, and then we'll have another wave of rain and storms to come in here Sunday night into early Monday morning before that system pushes away from us. Of course, there's the area of low pressure. This is Saturday morning. You'll notice a warm front working its way northward. We should be able to get through the boats game with no problems, but with that warm front draped across the Mid-South and really across Arkansas into northern Mississippi, there might be a boundary where we have some thunderstorms flaring up through central Arkansas and kind of work their way back through the mid-delta of Mississippi. So we'll watch that. That will be for Saturday, but I think it misses Memphis. We will have our better rain chances for Memphis and most of the Mid-South to come in here during the afternoon hours of your Sunday. That could feature an isolated strong or severe storm. Wind and hail, the primary issues with that as it shifts off towards the east. This is Monday morning. Notice the frontal boundary pushing past Memphis and drier air begins to filter into the area. My friends, that's brief. That front works its way down to the south, but there have been indications that it stalls out and wavers over the Arkansas Delta and back up through the Mid-South. So it is possible that we could have an unsettled pattern to emerge as we head towards the middle portion of next week. In the meantime, we'll be a little bit cooler in the wake of that system with highs in the 80s early next week. There's a good indicator that we could get quite warm towards the end of next week heading into Father's Day weekend. Some spots in the south could be making runs for the middle and upper 90s. It's not out of the realm of possibility there. But for us, we're going to have to wait and see, and it all depends on that placement of the front if it sticks around at all. So let's go ahead and be prepared for an unsettled week next week with some opportunities for rain and storms. Mild, at least for the first part of the week. hotter towards the end of the week. I think Thursday, Friday of next week in the low 90s. Our best opportunities for rain coming in here locally Sunday, not a washout. I think there will be some sun breaks still possible on Sunday, but the better rain chances to come in Sunday afternoon, evening into the overnight period. Can't rule out an isolated strong storm or two. The rest of this work week, a few showers here today and lower chance for rain for your Friday, turning a bit warmer by Saturday.
Hey, I'm Brian Reed with Best Care Plumbing, Heating, and Air. And in the dog days of summer, a dirty air conditioner can leave you in the doghouse. Good news, it's tune-up time at Best Care. For $69, we'll keep you out of trouble. Let us wash away the dirt and grime of winter from your air conditioner as part of our 24-point inspection for only $69. And we'll also include a leak check at no charge. Call us today and ask about our early bird special, and we'll perform your tune-up for only $57. And when it comes to your comfort, you deserve the best.
Best Care Home Services.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. I love this conversation because I think it's so underrated. Your gut health, you will be in the know if you know how important gut health is, because a lot of people don't. Have you checked your gut health? There's a new survey that finds most Americans have not. 2/3 experiencing recurrent digestive issues. It's something that I'm aware of, but I know that other people are not, because when I talk about it, it's like I'm speaking Chinese to a lot of people. Let's bring in someone who knows a little bit about gut health too. I'm joined now by Dr. Andrea Klamis, Chief Medical Officer at MDVIP. Dr. Klamis, appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. What is MDVIP? And if you can inform our audience that's watching right now, talk about gut health and why it maybe is so underrated.
Sure. So MDVIP stands for MD Medical Doctor Value and Prevention. It's a national network of primary care physicians that focuses on personalized preventive wellness. They partner with you to really let you live a longer, happier life. And we have many docs in the Memphis area. So gut health. MDVIP did a survey to understand what Americans know about it. And what we found out is they don't know how important it is. You know, most people think about gut health as just their stomach, but it's really everything from their mouth, well, all the way to the other end. And they didn't know that an unhealthy gut increases your risk for things like heart attack, stroke, diabetes, and even Alzheimer's.
How does someone know if they have a food sensitivity or food allergy? And again, how does gut health really play a role in all that?
Yeah, so 1 in 5 in the MDVIP survey thought they had an intolerance or sensitivity, but it wasn't diagnosed. So first, food allergy, think peanuts, could be life-threatening. Food intolerance, like lactose intolerance, you don't have an enzyme that can break down the proteins in milk or ice cream, and that gives you the GI symptoms. But food sensitivities are things that are mediated by your immune system. And what happens is if you're sensitive to a food, you develop inflammation in your intestine. And this inflammation, just like when you have inflammation on your skin and it's red and it gets swollen, well, if you have inflammation in your gut, you can't absorb nutrients well, and you don't make some of the hormones that we need, like serotonin for your mood, and it can affect your immune system. So you can get GI symptoms plus other symptoms as well.
Interesting stuff here. So tell me more, Doctor, about the survey that was posted and done. Give me some of the results of that.
Sure. So the sad part is 85% of people failed the gut IQ quiz and nobody got an A. I think one of the fun facts was that 50% of people won't poop in a public restroom. But there are some myths out there, like that you should have a bowel movement every day. 70% of people thought that, but yet 3 times a week or 3 times a day may be normal for you, so you don't have to go every day. Also found that younger people, 45 and under, many of them, or 40% of them, say they avoid sex due to GI issues, and 30% said it really affects their quality of life. So you don't need to suffer in silence, and if you have an issue, you need to go to your doctor.
Okay, so we've talked about some of the problems here of an unhealthy gut. What are some great ways, maybe some easy ways, that people can improve their gut health?
Yeah, and as Americans, I think we're always looking for that magic pill. Over 50% said in the MDVIP survey that they've tried a supplement or an enzyme or a probiotic, but food is the best thing to do to improve your gut health. So there are things called probiotics, which are the good bacteria in your gut. We have good and bad bacteria, and it's that balance that makes it healthy or unhealthy. So to get more good bacteria, you need the probiotic foods, yogurt, fermented foods, pickles. And then there are prebiotic foods, or foods that feed the good bacteria. And those are things like garlic, onions, asparagus, and oats. So even adding one of these things can help your GI tract, and then maybe taking out some bad things like processed or fried foods.
Where can people take this gut IQ quiz and maybe just kind of overall learn more about gut health?
So if you go to mdvip.com/gutiq, you can take the quiz, understand what your knowledge gaps are, and then add those to your symptoms. You can learn more on the website, but then make sure you go to a physician that really can talk to you, understand what you're talking about, and spend the time like an MDVIP physician so that they can help you live a longer, healthier life.
Okay, Dr. Andrea Klemus, Chief Medical Officer at MDVIP. Appreciate the conversation. So important to highlight gut health. Thanks very much. Okay, memory loss is the first sign of Alzheimer's disease, but decades before someone begins to fade away, their brain starts to show signs of changes. And this was certainly the discussion of a Best Life report, but also was part of the discussion a breakthrough in research. It looks at how one gene may be the key to an early diagnosis. Check it out.
What are you, crazy? Yes.
Actor Chris Hemsworth is known in the movies as the indestructible Thor, but in real life, even the strongest can be struck down by debilitating diseases.
You have 2 copies of ApoE4.
And what does that mean exactly?
That means you have an increased risk of Alzheimer's disease.
Researchers believe the ApoE gene is important in laying down myelin, which is a protein that insulates neurons in the brain.
If you happen to be lucky and get an E2 form of it, you have slightly protection against Alzheimer's disease. And if you have this one that's an E4 polymorphism, your risk of developing Alzheimer's disease goes up about 4-fold if you have 1 copy and about 12-fold if you have 2 copies of this gene.
Researchers want to know what it is about this gene that's leading to an elevated risk.
The first domino that falls is this protein called amyloid begins building up in the brain. And this is a slow progression.
You can see the progression of plaque over a decade.
What you can see is the amyloid has built up even more, and now this person is actually mildly demented. They're at that earliest stage of dementia.
And by learning why some people are protected and some are not, could lead to new treatments to stop the progression of the disease before any signs or symptoms appear. Research also shows that there's a difference between men and women when it comes to how the ApoE gene impacts them. For men, ApoE3 gene and ApoE4 gene didn't have a huge effect on their symptoms, but in women, it did have a big impact on symptoms. With ways to live your best life, I'm Andrew Douglas, Action News 5.
People need options. You need the option to excel, the chance to get beyond where you are, to refresh your skills and leap into the future. You need the option to be local, the possibility of growth where your roots are, while taking care of you and your loved ones. You need the option of a helping hand, the occasion to talk to someone who can help you take yourself to the next level. Go far, close to home. Northwest Mississippi Community College.
Hi, folks, Bob Burton of the Sunrise Buick GMC truck. Thinking about buying a new or used car or truck? Remember, the selection's better and the savings are bigger at Sunrise. Over 600 new cars and trucks to choose from. Factory rebates up to $1,000 and interest rates low as 2.9. Bad credit? It's okay. At Sunrise, we've got a financing plan for everybody. SunriseMemphis.com. We're saving you money. It's just the way you're doing business. Covington, Pike, Wolf Chase, and Collierville. We make it fun to buy a car again. Check out the all-new Sunrise Truck Corral. Huge selection of nothing but trucks. All makes, all models, all prices, all trucks, all the time. Thanks to Sunrise Wolf Chase.
Memorial Day weekend, the unofficial start of summer. A lot of people firing up the grill. There's going to be a lot of outdoor activities for sure. Let's bring in right now Dr. Ram Villamuri, and he's going to talk a little bit about what to expect and ways to really just kind of stay safe when it comes to grilling outside and out and preparing to grill outside with family and friends. Dr. Villamuri, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me today.
I appreciate you being here. I understand that you're part of the burn unit. Tell me what you see each and every day around the year, and then also Memorial Day weekend.
So, being part of the Firefighters Regional Burn Center, we are the largest ABA verified burn center in the region, covering almost 300 miles. And our admissions are about 400 per year. We get about 700 to 800 ER visits per year and about 1,000 patients who show up in our wound care center. Just important to remember, this is a very busy time of the year for us because we have the Memorial Day weekend followed by the 4th of July weekend that's coming up. So very, very common to get lots of patients with burn injuries from stuff that you just mentioned.
Okay, let's go through maybe 3 or 4 bullet points that people can do to prevent ending up with you this weekend.
So the first thing I would tell everybody is I call it the 3 Gs, the grilling, the gas, and the grease. So when you're grilling, I would recommend everybody, please do not grill inside your homes. We've seen patients who come in with burns from people who have had explosions of grills inside their homes. Also grill further from your home in a safe shelter, not covered by anything that can be flammable. At the same time, we have to make sure that kids are not around grills. Please, kids do not need to get burned, and they don't understand what is safe and what is not safe. And one important thing about grilling is that you need to make sure that it's not fun to see a patient who's grilled and has alcohol on board.
Very true, very true. Okay, so we know that there's going to be fireworks in some celebrations marking the unofficial start of summer. Of course, remembering as well those who wore the uniform and died for freedoms in this country. What should you do if, for whatever reason, given the rare chance that your clothing catches fire?
Well, that's a very important point. Stop, drop, and roll. Try to extinguish the fire, try to call 911, get the fire trucks on the way. And the most important is seek medical attention in a burn center that is preferably verified by the American Burn Association.
We know that a lot of people like to have fire pits going with s'mores, maybe some hot dogs, something else that's happening. Fire pits are always a lot of fun. They can be dangerous as well. How about some friendly reminders if someone's going to be hanging out in the fire pit this summer?
Again, great point for that, a great question. Try to avoid using accelerants to start a fire, because if you use that, there's more likelihood of it exploding back on you, and that's how you get the flash burns to the face, your beard, your nails kind of singe, you get burns to the eyes, and your clothes catch on fire. And when your clothes catch on fire, usually those present with third-degree burns. So keep those pits cool. Remember, they can stay hot for almost 12 hours. So again, keep your kids away from them. Try to extinguish them with, once you're done. But I reiterate, alcohol is not a good combination with fire pits.
What about when it comes to, let's say, unfortunately, you get burned, okay? At what point do you need to go see a doctor versus handling it with your own first aid kit at home?
This is an excellent question too. So one of the key indications to be seen by a burn surgeon in a verified center is burns that are greater than 10% of your body surface area. Any burns in kids, burns which are third degree, which happen from chemicals, electrical injuries, people who are elderly, who have diabetes, who have cardiac issues. Memphis has got a lot of patients with a high BMI, higher obesity and diabetes in the population. All of them should be encouraged to see a burn surgeon as soon as they can, either in the emergency room or in their clinic, so they can get the appropriate care and also appropriate surgery if required, rather than wait for infection or some kind of contracture that can happen.
Okay, and what about if you do, in fact, don't have that much of a serious burn, but you have a burn and you need to treat it at home?
So that's very important because there's just 3 types of burns. First-degree burns are like sunburns. In that case, your face is red or your body is red, but the skin's not peeling out. Those can be just treated with any kind of moisturizer. Just keep your skin hydrated. They usually hurt more because the nerves are all preserved, but they respond to Tylenol, Motrin, and just 5 to 6 days they heal. The smaller burns, which have just like blisters on your face or your arms, you can just kind of deroof those blisters and wash them with soap and water every day, and maybe put a little bit of antibiotic ointment on them. But anything that's extensive, anything that's worse, please seek medical attention, because we have a lot of creams, a lot of special dressings and innovative techniques to get you healed faster and get back out there to doing what you normally did.
Anything else, doctor, before we let you go, that people need to just kind of be aware of? Friendly reminders this summer?
I would just like to reiterate, we want you to have a great Memorial Day weekend. At the same time, 4th of July, fireworks are very dangerous. Keep your kids away from sparklers that can get as hot as 2,000 to 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Don't drink. Like we say, don't drink and drive. Please don't drink and cook, or don't drink and grill, and don't drink and start campfires. Stay safe. It's better to have your skin on yourself, on your body before coming to the hospital, because once you get burned, things can be pretty challenging. But be safe, everybody.
Yes, be safe it is. Dr. Ram Villamuri, we really appreciate you, Regional 1 Health Firefighters Burn Center. Thanks so very much for the friendly reminders. Have a safe and happy summer. Appreciate it.
Bank with confidence at First South Financial, one of the top 1% of financial institutions in the U.S. for strength and stability. Visit firstsouth.com today.
First South Financial, banking with friends since 1957.
Hey, did you hear the news? If not, catch up now with Action News 5's official YouTube channel. You can like, comment, and share the stories that matter to you. Meet the Action News 5 team and get a blast from the past in the Action News 5 vault. Top stories and special reports you may have missed or just want to watch again are added daily, so you can stay in the know with the 901. Visit youtube.com/actionnews5 and never miss out on the exciting things happening around you.
I'm Bobby Jones of Delta Medicare Benefits Group, the Mid-South's #1 trusted source for all things Medicare. At Delta Medicare Benefits Group, you work with local Mid-Southerners. There's no 800 number, no machines to talk to, just local Medicare experts. Together, we'll come up with the best Medicare plan that fits your individual needs. Call today for your free Medicare consultation at 460-7220 or stop by our office at 5050 Poplar Avenue.
Bank with confidence at First South Financial, one of the top 1% of financial institutions in the U.S. for strength and stability. Visit firstsouth.com today.
First South Financial, banking with friends since 1957.
Well, today, Shelby County leaders will discuss a topic that is pretty controversial among some Memphians living in Midtown. People are sounding the alarm in hopes of saving several homes at risk of being demolished. Action News 5's Bria Bolden shares more.
If you live or travel through Midtown Memphis, you may have seen these 2 homes nestled behind businesses and apartments on South McLean and Union Avenue.
Why are we tearing history apart? Why can't we restore and preserve rather than tear it down to build something that is not got any purpose?
Midtowners Gabriel Dixon and Tracy Brown want to prevent a possible future development there.
It's hard to find spaces like that, and to find a home here like that gives me a part of everything that I love about Memphis. It would be a devastating loss to lose something like that.
Documents shared with the Shelby County Land Use Control Board show the owners, McLean Partners LLC, want to put a building on the acre of land, replacing 2 businesses there, one of them the metaphysical healing shop Lucia Huga. Healing practitioner Ashley Scott says they've been told it'll become a nursing home, mostly housing patients with Alzheimer's.
So I think about our elders being on this busy street, possibly breaking out and cutting loose out here and getting hurt. But also I would think in their later years of life, they would want a little bit of peace and quiet, a little bit of peace of mind.
There is a discrepancy on when the homes were built. A representative for the owner says one was built in 1967, but others claim the home was built in 1910. Still, many worry about a new development potentially changing the culture of Midtown.
Madison McLean near us, we have the New Citizen. Those were on the corners, but those were dilapidated properties or small, former gas stations. We're not talking about tearing down historic century-old buildings that are in great shape and occupied.
Again, the Shelby County Land Use Control Board is set to meet today in just a few minutes at 9 o'clock. They'll vote on whether to approve a special exception allowing for the owners to have 4 stories for a future development. We will keep you posted. Still lots of anxiety among some parents and students about 3rd grade English language arts scores. A good chunk of 3rd graders are at risk of being held back this year without summer school. Memphis Shelby County Schools hosting its 2nd virtual session later tonight, breaking down options for parents. The meetings were scheduled based on exactly where you live. Tonight's session is at 6 o'clock. It's for districts 6 through 9. Districts 1 through 5 were yesterday. World Blood Donor Day, June 14th. It's a day to celebrate blood donors and raise awareness about the importance of safe and stable blood supply. I'm joined now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Dr. Mike. He is a board-certified family medical physician. He's also a YouTube star. He's joining us to unveil a first-of-its-kind mixed reality experience that can improve the blood donation experience and help attract new owners. Dr. Mike, tell us about this new experience for blood donors. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to talk about this, especially at this crucial time, being that it's summer. This is actually a time where we unfortunately see a drop-off in blood donations. People tend to take vacations and breaks, and while as a doctor, I actually recommend folks to take a vacation. It's good for one's health. I don't recommend people give up blood donations and take a vacation from blood donations. So what I would ultimately have people do is visit BeTheOneDonor.com/mixedreality to find out about this cool new experience that's very tech focused, targeting the younger generations, very specifically because over the last 10 years, we've actually noticed a 30% drop off in blood donations by those under the age of 30. And Abbott and Blood Centers of America are hopeful this new technology will get them all excited about it.
So tell me about this new technology. Is this like a virtual reality thing? What is it?
Yeah, Andrew, so basically it's like a virtual reality headset, but it's a mixed reality headset. So the difference is you're still aware of your surroundings. We're able to still monitor you. The staff at the blood donation center will be able to see how you're responding to the blood donation process because we want to keep it safe. And this not only keeps it safe, but also makes it more immersive, more fun, perhaps distracts you a little bit throughout the process. And I've tried this as a tech nerd. I totally geeked out about it. I had a great time using this tech, and I really encourage everyone at home to check it out as well.
So, Dr. Mike, let me ask you this, because I always hear this from certain people, but, I've never had any confirmation, but being that you're a physician, I'll ask you, isn't it healthy for your body to give blood from time to time, because then you have to create your own blood and replenishing your own blood supply? Doesn't that overall help your overall health?
Andrew, the way that I'll say it is that there's definitely documented proof that when you're helping others in your community and you give back, that's healthy from a mental health standpoint. And we don't talk enough about the mental health standpoint in our country. So that's the biggest reason why I recommend it. The second biggest reason is that you're actually helping those in your community, because we actually need these blood donation products every 2 seconds for those involved in burns, accidents, traumas, undergoing cancer treatment, pregnancy. So I very much encourage not only to help yourself, but also to help those in your community.
So if someone wants to donate blood, they see this mixed reality, how do they get a chance to do that while they give blood?
All they have to do is visit BeTheOneDonor.com/mixedreality to learn more. The Blood Centers of America are going to be consistently adding new locations where they're doing this mixed reality experience. And I'll tell you this, Andrew, people who have done it, we've actually tested this last year in 2022. They had a 9 out of 10 individuals said that they thought this was a positive experience, and more than 9 out of 10 of them said that they enjoyed it so much they wanted their next blood donation to include this mixed reality experience as well.
Okay, very timely. World Blood Donor Day, June 14th. Dr. Mike, appreciate your time this morning. Thanks very much.
Andrew, thank you so much. And
Get ready to splash into summer at the YMCA. With 2 great options to join the Y, there's something for everyone. Choose the Summer Splash Pass and enjoy the outdoor pools and splash pads now through September. Or take 20% off regular monthly memberships and keep saving for life. And you get all the great benefits of the YMCA with family and individual membership options. Visit the website at ymcamemphis.org for full details and to join today.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com and all of our digital platforms. It's passing showers here on a Thursday. Couple of things that will happen as we roll through the day. Not only do we get the passing showers, but we also get the opportunities for some cooler and drier air. Say cooler, it's going to be brief, and drier air and cleaner air. So some positivity in our haze and smoke situation, but we do have to tangle with a couple of showers here this morning as the front makes its way through the area. After that, we'll see some sunshine breaks and temperatures rebounding back through the middle 80s. Let's go hour by hour with your futurecast. And again, you'll notice a few showers working their way across the Mid-South this morning. A couple of heavier pockets of rain can't be ruled out through midday. Then we'll trend drier heading into the afternoon hours of your Thursday with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures will range from the lower 80s and middle 80s out towards the Tennessee River Valley, back to the middle 80s across eastern portions of Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, and the metro area. Tonight, we should be mostly clear outside of some showers and storms. Places like Cross County, St. Francis County, down through Lee and Phillips counties. In Arkansas, you may have a couple of downpours overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning, so something to be cognizant of. And otherwise, we'll start off tomorrow in the 60s under a variably cloudy sky, eventually seeing more in the way of sunshine on the way, and improving in the Department of Smoke. Of course, yesterday we had this plume of smoke, which is now in northeast Mississippi and northern Alabama, sinking down towards the south. Cleaner air on the way. That's some positive notes there. So improving in our air quality here across the Mid-South. And the positive note is that we probably won't see very much in the way of issues moving forward as our pattern switches up here in the next couple of days. This is going to run through Saturday, and you'll notice again, and not terrible. You'll still notice there's going to be some haze off in the distance, but not to the same extent as what we've seen in recent days. Now, rain opportunities to help cleanse the atmosphere. A little better chance to come back on Sunday of this week. Not looking to be a washout though on your Sunday, okay? Start of the day looks to be dry. We might get some showers and storms overnight Saturday leading into Sunday, then a lull in the activity, and then we'll have another wave of rain and storms to come in here Sunday night into early Monday morning before that system pushes away from us. Of course, there's the area of low pressure. This is Saturday morning. You'll notice a warm front working its way northward. We should be able to get through the boats game with no problems, but with that warm front draped across the Mid-South and really across Arkansas into northern Mississippi, there might be a boundary where we have some thunderstorms flaring up through central Arkansas and kind of work their way back through the mid-delta of Mississippi. So we'll watch that. That will be for Saturday, but I think it misses Memphis. We will have our better rain chances for Memphis and most of the Mid-South to come in here during the afternoon hours of your Sunday. That could feature an isolated strong or severe storm. Wind and hail, the primary issues with that as it shifts off towards the east. This is Monday morning. Notice the frontal boundary pushing past Memphis and drier air begins to filter into the area. My friends, that's brief. That front works its way down to the south, but there have been indications that it stalls out and wavers over the Arkansas Delta and back up through the Mid-South. So it is possible that we could have an unsettled pattern to emerge as we head towards the middle portion of next week. In the meantime, we'll be a little bit cooler in the wake of that system with highs in the 80s early next week. There's a good indicator that we could get quite warm towards the end of next week heading into Father's Day weekend. Some spots in the south could be making runs for the middle and upper 90s. It's not out of the realm of possibility there. But for us, we're going to have to wait and see, and it all depends on that placement of the front if it sticks around at all. So let's go ahead and be prepared for an unsettled week next week with some opportunities for rain and storms. Mild, at least for the first part of the week. Hotter towards the end of the week. I think Thursday, Friday of next week in the low 90s. Our best opportunities for rain coming in here locally Sunday, not a washout. I think there will be some sun breaks still possible on Sunday, but the better rain chances to come in Sunday afternoon, evening into the overnight period. Can't rule out an isolated strong storm or two. The rest of this work week, a few showers here today and lower chance for rain for your Friday, turning a bit warmer by Saturday.
Why won't you go?
No one deserves to live like this. When it's time for a plumber, you deserve the best. Best Care Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. The Orpheum Theater Group. Did you hear about this? They have a Women of Soul Black Music Month edition that's coming on Sunday, this Sunday, 7:30 downtown at the Halloran Center. And this is going to be a great night of music and fun, honoring black music and iconic women in Memphis and the Mid-South. A beautiful music presentation is set for everybody, 7:30 Sunday night. I'm joined now by Kia Johnson, one of the performers of this evening that's coming Sunday night. Kia, good morning to you. Tell us about what people can expect on Sunday. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Good morning. I guess I could just tell you, you're going to get so much amazing music, incredible performance, hitting all the notes of soul, black music, jazz, a little bit of inspirational and original music from incredible artists right here around the Memphis area.
Okay, so this is not only you, but we also have Za Davis, Adagio, and Katrina Anderson, and these are all going to be taking these people all taking the stage for what is it, about a two and a half hour show?
Yeah, you hit it right on the head. All types of amazing talent for about 2 hours. But look, you're going to want even more. That you're not going to want to leave. We're going to be dancing. We're going to be celebrating black music and original music and Memphis music and women. And that's just a great combination to be in the midst to experience.
Okay, great. So, tell us what inspired you when growing up. What were the big influencers in your life when it comes to music?
Yeah, everyone that knows me knows Whitney Houston is number one. And then really just growing up in the church, you know, my father sang, he was inspiration, the Joe Maxwell. And then on the women's side, again, Whitney, Patty, Aretha, Celine Dion, I know Adele. Soul music has just crossed and touched so many different genres and artists. And I was inspired really by all of them.
Excellent stuff here. So here's a graphic that people can really kind of look at, be familiar with. This is Women of Soul, Halloran Theater downtown this Sunday, June 11th at 7:30, and those are some of the women featured. What else can we say about this concert? It sounds amazing, Kia.
Oh my goodness, you need to be there. It's just a really special, positive event full of love and a safe space. And I think we all could take using some time to be in a place that you're going to get amazing music and feel loved and safe. So you need to be there. Tickets are on Ticketmaster.com and the Orpheum. We can't wait to see you and show you what we've been working on.
It looks amazing, and Ticketmaster and the Orpheum, Memphis.com. Anything else before we let you go, Kia?
No, thank you so much for allowing me to talk about this event I feel so passionately about. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Yes, you do as well. Kia Johnson, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck on Sunday. I'm sure it is going to be one of those amazing events people will be talking about for a long time. Thanks so very much.
Bye.
Cutting out cable doesn't mean you have to cut out local news. Action News 5 makes it easy to keep up with what's happening in the 901 through Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. You can watch breaking news and weather from anywhere we go live, like and comment on the stories that matter to you, and share your ideas directly with us. So tap in using your phone, tablet, or computer, making it easy to stay in the know in the 901. We're taking action for you. WMC Action News 5. Find us wherever you scroll.
Hi, I'm Jaren Jackson Jr. of the Memphis Grizzlies, and I am officially vaccinated. I cannot wait to get back to spending time with my family and friends. I think people should do their research and make sure they get informed on the vaccine, and I definitely did that. I definitely looked up side effects, everything that I could find out, and I felt like it was still in my best interest to get the vaccine as well for anybody really. So I'm encouraging everybody to do that.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We got the summer days approaching. Officially, summer expected to begin in a couple of weeks. It's already feeling like summer. I mean, temperatures are in the 90s, and a lot of times, if you're like me, you love that morning cup of joe, perhaps a cup of joe that's in the afternoons, maybe late morning, something like that. And on those dogged days of summer, we want that iced coffee, right? Those taste so refreshing. Well, guess what? Commercial Appeal food reporter Jennifer Chandler joining us to talk about some of the best iced coffees in the Memphis Mid-South area. I love the topic, Jennifer. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, this one was definitely a fun one to research. Dima Amro, who is one of our reporters at the Commercial Appeal, she and I tag team to find 12 of the best iced coffees in Memphis, realizing that we probably didn't need to each be drinking 12 coffees right in a week. So we divided and conquered, and I tasted coffees all across Memphis.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm sure that the added coffee and caffeine and all that stuff wouldn't be too well for you when it comes to jittery type things that you got to do. You got to type, but you don't want to be jittery while typing, you know?
Exactly. Well, if you had seen me the last 2 weeks of May, you would have known what I was doing, because I had so much energy. I was like, hey, how are ya? Because I was literally, some places I went in, I was like, gosh, there were a bunch of things that sound so interesting. So some places I went, I was trying 2 coffees. There was one place I tried 3 different coffees. So there was one day where I went to 2 coffee shops in one day. So it was a lot of fun. So one of the things that we discovered is that iced coffee, the idea of, a vanilla iced latte is great, but there are so many things available in Memphis that are so much more interesting and tasty and unique to try. So one of the things we did is we focused, there's so many coffee shops in Memphis, and there are a lot of national chains that are here now. We decided to focus on coffee shops that are either Memphis owned, or their beans are roasted here in Memphis for their shop. So that was kind of our criteria to narrow down our search. So I'm going to talk to you about the 6 that I talked about in the article. And then you can go online and check out the rest of it to see what Dima tried. But I'm going to start with one that was probably one of the most interesting ones that I tried, and it is at City and State, and it's called The Herb, and it is an espresso-based iced coffee that has hints of grapefruit. It's kind of got that tang and refreshiness. It has rosemary in it, and it's finished off with sparkling water, and it is super refreshing and light, and their whole summer coffee menu theme is garden themed. And this really tasted like something that you would enjoy sipping in your garden one morning or afternoon. It was really, really good and really different. And I have to tell you, I normally go for iced coffees with cream in it. As my husband always jokes, I like dessert in a cup for my coffee sometimes. But I'm excited that I got out of my box and I tried something different because I think this is going to be my go-to order at City and State for the rest of the summer, without a doubt. Moving on to another one that has no cream in it is Comeback Coffee. And Comeback Coffee is downtown in the Pinch District. And Comeback Coffee is known not only for their artisan coffee shop and its cool vibes, but they're also known for coffee soda. And they have a whole line of coffee sodas, and they are kind of expanding that business. It's really, really cool what they're doing down there. And so instead of doing one of their coffee sodas, they have a new menu item that is coffee soda-esque, as Hayes McPherson, who's the owner, explained to me. And it is so good. It's called the Sproke. And basically, it is an espresso-based iced coffee drink with Mexican Coke, lime simple syrup, and then it's finished with Angostura. I just mispronounced that, bitters, kind of the same bitters that you put in an old fashioned, and a squeeze of lime. And it is refreshing and just, it's definitely a caffeine fueled event when you got both Mexican Coke and espresso in a drink. But again, over ice, it's super refreshing and light and different. And the lime simple syrup and the bitters just kind of almost make it feel like a cocktail, sort of. So moving on back to my dessert in a cup, French Truck Coffee. So French Truck Coffee is New Orleans-based coffee company, but they roast all of their beans that are sold in Memphis and used at their 2 Memphis coffee shops here in Memphis. They have a roastery in the back of the one in Crosstown Concourse. And the owner, Jeffrey Meeker, explained that, he feels for his shops that it is very important to roast them fresh because freshness is key to flavor. And they have a drink that just takes me back to my childhood in New Orleans and any trip I've taken as an adult to New Orleans. Chicory coffee that you get at Cafe Du Monde. They have this New Orleans iced coffee that is made with chicory coffee, and it really tastes like the cafe au lait that you get at Cafe Du Monde in New Orleans. And it is so good. The only thing missing is the beignet, but it is really, really tasty and it's sweet. And they also do it over crushed ice. And it just kind of makes the whole drink. It's really, really good. Have you ever had that one? Because that's one that's on the menu all the time.
I know I should be drinking this up, but I'm eating this up, Jennifer. All of these look so good. I've had French cup in a roast, just a normal warm coffee drink, French roasted coffee, and French Truck Coffee. But I've never had these iced coffees, but I love iced coffees. And what you're showing me, I'm digging it. I mean, you throw in a fat guy in a red suit, we got Christmas here.
Well, I've got 3 more to tell you about when you speak about dessert in a cup. We're going to keep going on that theme for the next 2. Is JoJo's Espresso in Germantown. I love this little coffee shop. And they have a Biscoff bourbon latte. And it is super, super yummy. It is kind of the base of the simple syrup is Biscoff cookies. And so you kind of get that flavor that you have from those cookies, which I always laugh at. I always call them airplane cookies. And I love that they're everywhere now. And I really think they're better in things than they are necessarily on their own. But it's kind of that cookie butter kind of flavor. And they use Vice and Virtue's bourbon, barrel bourbon roasted, I think it's barrel bourbon aged is how they phrase it, coffee beans. And so there's this kind of that sweetness, that caramel, that kind of bourbon flavor. It's not spiked or anything like that, because what they do is they age them after they roast the beans. They age them in bourbon barrels, and they kind of leach some of that flavor in there, and it's really, really, really good. And again, dessert in a cup. Moving down the street down Germantown Parkway into Cordova is Team Car Cafe, and this is I love this little place. It is a coffee shop that is nestled into Ladding Speed Shop, which is a bike shop. The owner of the bike shop, when he was creating his concept, he wanted to create a gathering space, and he added a coffee bar concept to his bike shop. And it's really kind of cool. He's got a really lovely front area that you can lounge, even if you have nothing to do with bikes. But then if you're having your bike worked on, he actually has like a counter in the back where you can almost like sit at the counter and enjoy your coffee and a snack and watch them work on your bike. It's a really cool concept. If you've not been there, you need to check it out. But it is adjacent to El Mero Taco. And Jacob over at El Mero Taco makes a couple of the sauces, or syrups, that are used in the coffee drinks. And so the El Mero Mocha is made with Mexican chocolate that El Mero makes for them. They also have a cajeta. I'm mispronouncing, my Spanish is terrible, flavor, which is the caramel that they make for them. But the Mexican chocolate one, it's like got hints of that cinnamon in there, and it is just really unique, different mocha, because the chocolate's a little bit more bittery. It's more of a dark chocolate, and it's really yummy, hot or iced. So check out that little coffee shop if you get a chance. Oh, and they also use their beans. They use Ethnos coffee roaster beans, which is another small roastery here in Memphis. So it's kind of it's a cool little concept. And last on my list, I'm going to send you all the way back downtown to Vice and Virtue, which is an Arrive Memphis hotel. And I know we mentioned them earlier that JoJo's uses their beans in all their coffee drinks, but they also have their own little cafe in the lobby of Arrive Memphis Hotel. And they always have some of the most creative drinks in town. And they really kept going with this year. And this one thing I had to point out, many of these drinks are made by the baristas. And so what they do is at the beginning of each season, the whole team of the coffee shop gets together with the owners and they propose drinks, and then they vote on them and they decide which ones are best. And that's how they end up on the menu. And it's fun to see what these people are doing. So they have a Tajin Mango Tango cold brew iced coffee. So it's cold brew based, using one of their own coffee beans that they've roasted. And it's got mango puree, it's got lime in it, and it's finished with the Tajin rim around the edge, which is that kind of like spicy, salty spice that you get, in Mexican shops. And, this drink is really reminiscent of, that dessert that you see that has like the mangoes that are cut like flowers, and then they have the Tajin on top of it. It's kind of that play on the sweet and spicy. This refreshing drink will remind you just of that. It's really, really good and really, really different.
Jennifer Chandler, I mean, you brought in something I was not expecting. So local, so creative, and the best way to refresh yourself from the dog days of summer that we get in Memphis each and every year. I mean, some of those iced coffees, I was expecting, your traditional, essentially a coffee with a bunch of ice in it. Wow, the creativity. I mean, did that surprise you too? I was just blown away.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. I mean, these people are making their own purees, they're making their own syrups, they're making their own sauces. They're really, these are like artisan creations, and they're really, really, really good. So my suggestion is to go out and make it a quest for this summer to try them all. I will give a plug. There's something called and you can Google it. It's called the Memphis Coffee Shop Hop that's going on. Coffee Shop Hop. It's Memphis Coffee Shop Hoppers on Instagram. And they have a program that they're doing this summer where you can get a card at one of the participating, I think they maybe have 10, I forget how many they have participating coffee shops, and you can get a card, and if you go to all the ones and get it punched at all the ones, then you get to go back and have a free coffee at whichever was your favorite. So that's another fun reason to go out and try all these different ones and support all our local coffee shops and get a free coffee in the end.
And that's why Jennifer Chandler's the best food reporter in the business. She works for the Commercial Appeal. You can find her reports at commercialappeal.com/food. Jennifer, as always, thanks so very much. And I cannot wait to start enjoying some of these iced coffees this summer. Appreciate it.
So, well, I'll see you at a coffee shop. I'll be the one that's kind of like jittery and bouncing all around and all happy.
I'm right there with you. I can't wait.
Here's a life hack. While you're physically at work, you can be mentally somewhere else entirely. So grab a refreshing summer edition Red Bull Slush and imagine you're at the pool or literally anywhere else but at work. Sonic Red Bull Summer Edition Slush. Sonic.
Get ready to splash into summer at the YMCA. With 2 great options to join the Y, there's something for everyone. Choose the Summer Splash Pass and enjoy the outdoor pools and splash pads now through September. Or take 20% off regular monthly memberships and keep saving for life. And you get all the great benefits of the YMCA with family and individual membership options. Visit the website at ymcamemphis.org for full details and to join today.
Imagine a place where a cool summer breeze blows and burgers have that smoky char-grilled flavor. And also the breeze is your car's air conditioner because you're eating at Sonic. New Sonic Griller.
Sonic.
All right, so you like that adventure stuff, right? I mean, Kim Clark doing the Go Ape adventure at Shelby Farms Park was fantastic. I've done it with my kids. I've done it with friends in the past. Highly recommend. It's a great time for anybody out there that likes to be in the outdoors. And we have another opportunity for all those adventure seekers out there. If you would like to go to the great outdoors, how about embarking on all kinds of different things you can do in Arkansas with the Ozarks and all the natural state has to offer. Let's bring in Suzanne Grobmeyer. She is joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. She is Chief of Staff for the Arkansas Department of Parks, Heritage, and Tourism. Good morning, Suzanne. How are you?
Good morning. Welcome from beautiful Pinnacle Mountain State Park here in Arkansas.
It's gorgeous. I love it. And, you know, I've been to the Ozarks in the past, and it is breathtaking. It is not that far away from where we are in Memphis. And so let's just kind of inform our viewers. We have thousands that watch us each and every morning. What makes Arkansas a great destination for that adventure travel that so many people like to take during the summer?
Absolutely. And just, you know, you said it, the proximity is very good for you all. You really can explore the whole state, and there's so much to offer, from our rivers to our mountains, to, you know, the experience that you can get on our trail systems, our state parks. There are countless adventures for all ages. If you want to go with a group of friends or you want to be with your family, there's a lot here for you.
You know, when I was a part of my son's scout troop, of course, I'm an Eagle Scout. My son's an Eagle Scout, and we were doing some camping there. We did some canoeing in the Ozarks, Buffalo River National Park. Amazing. I love the place, and I love all the camping out there. I know that there are plenty of activities beyond that. There's whitewater rafting, there's climbing, there's mountain biking. Just give us a kind of a run through, a list of the different kind of activities that people can partake in there.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the region. You know, one of the things that I'll call out for Memphis is we're embarking on the creation of an 85-mile rails to trail experience just on the other side of the river at the Delta Heritage Trail. That experience will be very unique to Arkansas. It'll be unique in the country. I think also the proximity of that to Bayou de View, where you can have this big woods experience in a national refuge. You'll see birds that you won't see anywhere else in the state and in the country, maybe. I would connect that to here in central Arkansas, you start to see kind of the convergence of urban and nature coming together. That experience is pretty profound. You have great restaurants, and then you can get out and you know, get out on the Little Maumelle River, not far from where you are in downtown Arkansas. We have, if you cross the state, you know, the Ouachita Mountains, we're home to 7 IMBA Epic trails, which are backcountry trails that really have long distance, kind of rugged experiences. Heading to the Ozarks, it is one of the fastest growing metros in the country, and it's for a reason. It has so much great art, incredible mountain biking with the Oz Trails, and then it is an emerging food and music scene. So really, you said it, countless activities and many adventures to be had.
I want to go to what you were talking about a little bit, Suzanne, about the Arkansas, the state of emerging as the mountain biking capital of the world. Tell me more about that, because we certainly have a lot of mountain bikers in our area.
Yeah, and we see a lot of them on the weekends. One of the things is that we lead with the natural state. That's who we are. This is just another layer of that. Of that. So Northwest Arkansas has invested in mountain biking to make it a urban and natural experience. It is some of the most progressive trail building in the country. And we see companies and people flocking to the region to experience the culture, which is from a pedal bike, a balance bike, to kids learning how to pedal, to advanced mountain bikers. It's home to the USA Cycling mountain bike youth team. So we are going to see an emergence of not only just an accessible biking community, but extremely high talent come out of the region in mountain biking. So it's an incredible sight to see, and it's a true testament of a partnership.
I love it. I love it. So for all of our viewers that are watching us right now, and there are thousands this morning, can you give us maybe a website or a place where people can go online and check out everything Arkansas has to offer?
Absolutely. I would send people to arkansas.com, where they can curate their experience of what they would like to see in the natural state, whether that's with their family, their friends, or an individual trip. I think that is kind of the hub of all things arts, culture, outdoors. You'll find a little bit for everyone.
All right, Susan Grohmeyer, Arkansas Department of Parks, Heritage, and Tourism. We appreciate your time this morning. Thanks very much. Have a great summer.
Thank you. You too.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com and all of our digital platforms. It's passing showers here on a Thursday. Couple of things that will happen as we roll through the day. Not only do we get the passing showers, but we also get the opportunities for some cooler and drier air. Say cooler, it's going to be brief, and drier air and cleaner air. So some positivity in our haze and smoke situation, but we do have to tangle with a couple of showers here this morning as the front makes its way through the area. After that, we'll see some sunshine breaks and temperatures rebounding back through the middle 80s. Let's go hour by hour with your Futurecast. And again, you'll notice a few showers working their way across the Mid-South this morning. A couple of heavier pockets of rain can't be rolled out through midday. Then we'll trend drier heading into the afternoon hours of your Thursday with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures will range from the lower 80s and middle 80s out towards the Tennessee River Valley, back to the middle 80s across eastern portions of Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, and the metro area. Tonight, we should be mostly clear outside of some showers and storms. Places like Cross County, St. Francis County, down through Lee and Phillips counties in Arkansas, you may have a couple of downpours overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning, so something to be cognizant of. And otherwise, we'll start off tomorrow in the 60s under a variably cloudy sky, eventually seeing more in the way of sunshine on the way, and improving in the Department of Smoke. Of course, yesterday we had this plume of smoke, which is now in northeast Mississippi and northern Alabama, sinking down towards the south. Cleaner air on the way. That's some positive notes there. So improving in our air quality here across the Mid-South. And the positive note is that we probably won't see very much in the way of issues moving forward as our pattern switches up here in the next couple of days. This is going to run through Saturday, and you'll notice again, and not terrible. You'll still notice there's going to be some haze off in the distance, but not to the same extent as what we've seen in recent days. Now, rain opportunities to help cleanse the atmosphere. A little better chance to come back on Sunday of this week. Not looking to be a washout though on your Sunday, okay? Start of the day looks to be dry. We might get some showers and storms overnight Saturday leading into Sunday. Then a lull in the activity, and then we'll have another wave of rain and storms to come in here Sunday night into early Monday morning before that system pushes away from us. Of course, here's the area of low pressure. This is Saturday morning. You'll notice a warm front working its way northward. We should be able to get through the Boats game with no problems, but with that warm front draped across the Mid-South and really across Arkansas into northern Mississippi, there might be a boundary where we have some thunderstorms flaring up through central Arkansas and kind of work their way back through the mid-delta of Mississippi. So we'll watch that. That will be for Saturday, but I think it misses Memphis. We will have our better rain chances for Memphis and most of the Mid-South to come in here during the afternoon hours of your Sunday. That could feature an isolated strong or severe storm. Wind and hail, the primary issues with that as it shifts off towards the east. This is Monday morning. Notice the frontal boundary pushing past Memphis and drier air begins to filter into the area. My friends, that's brief. That front works its way down to the south, but there have been indications that it stalls out and wavers over the Arklamis Delta and back up through the Mid-South. So it is possible that we could have an unsettled pattern to emerge as we head towards the middle portion of next week. In the meantime, we'll be a little bit cooler in the wake of that system with highs in the 80s early next week. There's a good indicator that we could get quite warm towards the end of next week heading into Father's Day weekend. Some spots in the south could be making runs for the middle and upper 90s. It's not out of the realm of possibility there. But for us, we're going to have to wait and see, and it all depends on that placement of the front if it sticks around at all. So let's go ahead and be prepared for an unsettled week next week with some opportunities for rain and storms. Mild, at least for the first part of the week. Hotter towards the end of the week. I think Thursday, Friday of next week in the low 90s. Our best opportunities for rain coming in here locally Sunday, not a washout. I think there will be some sun breaks still possible on Sunday, but the better rain chances to come in Sunday afternoon, evening into the overnight period. Can't rule out an isolated strong storm or two. The rest of this work week, a few showers here today and a lower chance for rain for your Friday, turning a bit warmer by Saturday.
Hey, I'm Brian Reed with Best Care Plumbing, Heating, and Air. And in the dog days of summer, a dirty air conditioner can leave you in the doghouse. Good news, it's tune-up time at Best Care. For $69, we'll keep you out of trouble. Let us wash away the dirt and grime of winter from your air conditioner as part of our 24-point inspection for only $69. And we'll also include a leak check at no charge. Call us today and ask about our early bird special, and we'll perform your tune-up for only $57. And when it comes to your comfort, you deserve the best.
Best Care Home. Right now, I want to focus on imposter syndrome because that is an issue that you may not know much about, really, and it's important to combat what is imposter syndrome and to better understand it. Let's bring in Dr. Gail Gazelle. She is an assistant professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School and a master certified coach for physicians. Dr. Gazelle, nice to have you back on. Good morning to you.
Good morning. A pleasure to be here.
Yes, absolutely. Let's talk about what exactly is imposter syndrome.
It's so important to be aware of what it is. It's this idea that what we know is tiny, maybe as big as the tip of my pinky. And what our peers and similarly situated people know is, kind of massive, as big as the city of Boston. And we live in fear that we're going to be found out, that somehow people will find out how little we know, how smart we are, how compassionate we are, what a good parent we are. It can really cross into any domain. And when they find out, we are going to be the laughing stock of our institution or even of our community. We're going to be found out as a complete fraud. So it creates an incredible amount of fear and anxiety and distress for otherwise accomplished individuals.
So are these individuals that are people that live with this imposter syndrome, are they people already doing a job and then they fear that they are not living up to others' expectations? Or is it a sense of fearing the possibility of what they could do, but out of that imposter syndrome fear, they don't even go for that next position or a next situation?
I think it covers both ends of that spectrum. If you go on Google and you Google who feels like an imposter, you will be amazed at the number of very high-profile individuals who actually have felt like they are an imposter. Michelle Obama, Elena Sotomayor, Jodie Foster has a quote about, did they give the Oscar to the wrong person? So a lot of highly accomplished individuals walk around feeling like an imposter. And as you could hear, I named 3 women. It is thought to be more common in women than in men. At the same time, it can hold us back from achieving our full potential, from really going for it, from going for a job promotion, for example, for entering into a graduate program, for being a leader in our church or in our community. All of that sense of being an imposter can leave us feeling like we're unworthy, that other people are somehow better suited. So it's so important to actually recognize when we're going off into these imposter thoughts and utilize tools to work with them.
Anyone that has a sense of insecurity at any time in their life can have some empathy when it comes to this imposter syndrome. And is that thought and that syndrome, is it ignited by insecurities in the past? Where does it come from?
I I don't think we know fully exactly where it comes from, but the fact that it's more common in women than men kind of gives us some clues. We live in such a gender stereotype society, don't we, that men are this way and women are this way. And for women, it's often about how we appear, how we look, whether we're smiling enough, whether we're pretty enough, attentive enough to our looks. And that can actually create a sense of insecurity, a sense that there's something that isn't really intrinsic to me that people are seeing as my worth. So I think that's an important factor to think about when we look back at the development of the imposter syndrome. Bottom line, though, it's incredibly common in otherwise very highly placed and accomplished people who I think, as many of us walk around, we would never suspect that they themselves are accusing themselves of being an imposter.
No question. So let's talk about ways to combat this, because according to the research out there, 10,000 to 20,000 thoughts our human brain has every single day. And gosh, I mean, I guess that could range in all kinds of different directions. But how do we combat imposter syndrome?
Well, that's the important question, isn't it? And I think you're right on the mark. We need to get to know our own thought patterns. As you say, the human mind is a thought-producing machine, tens of thousands of thoughts per day, many of which are incredibly useful. But when we begin to pay attention more with a mindful attitude of attention, we actually begin to see how many of our thoughts are not useful, not helpful. Self-accusatory thoughts like, I'm an imposter, people will find out that I'm not worthy. And so one really important strategy is getting to know your own thoughts and realizing that while these thoughts are appearing in your mind, you don't have to believe them all. You actually can question them. You can pause and question, well, how do I even know that I'm an imposter? What's the data that I'm utilizing to make this assessment? And then all of a sudden you can realize that it's actually a little bit laughable, that your mind has created this fictional story of being an imposter really on almost no data and certainly no objective data. So I think that's really important to apply very practical mindfulness tools to getting to know our own thoughts.
Yes, absolutely. I'm fascinated by this because absolutely mindfulness is key. What about other ways outside of one's self? Are there people, are there family members, perhaps professionals that someone could go to let them know or reassure them that they're not an imposter?
I think that's important, to go to confidants, whether that's a family member or a spouse or a colleague or a coworker, and actually get validation. I felt like I really didn't know what I was talking about when I gave that presentation, just as an example. Can you give me some feedback? In other words, that's a way to step out of the subjective process that our minds are in and actually get some objective data. I think another strategy that's really important is every day to do an inventory of your strengths. Looking at our strengths and accomplishments is a really important counterbalance to this whole idea that we're not the real deal. And so at the end of every day, just to do an inventory, well, what strengths did I evidence as I went through my day today? That's a way to build the muscle of seeing the truth. And we're not looking for some Pollyanna fake assessment of who we are. We're looking for a more balanced assessment. And that's one way that we can help ourselves develop it.
Self-confidence is key, I would think. How common is imposter syndrome out there?
We don't know for sure, but estimates are that over 70% of women experience the imposter syndrome. I'm a physician. I work in healthcare. I coach physicians and physician leaders. And in the over 500 physicians I've coached one-on-one in the last decade, I'll be honest with you, it's a rare one that doesn't walk around feeling like an imposter. And I think that tells us something as well. All the information and expertise that physicians have, all their years of training, all the good that they do in the world, and yet they walk around feeling like an imposter. So I think that kind of validation is important. And for your viewers who may themselves suffer from the imposter syndrome, sometimes when we realize it's not just us, that this is actually a characteristic of the human species, that many of us feel this way, that can also help reduce the sense of isolation that the imposter syndrome engenders.
Dr. Gazelle, this has been very informative for our viewers, what you're talking about with imposter syndrome. What happens if one of our viewers, now that they've informed themselves about what it is, sees someone that perhaps shows signs of an imposter syndrome? How should they approach someone?
I think that validation is extremely important. So perhaps to say to that individual, gosh, I can see how troubling this is. I can see how it kind of keeps you acting small in your workplace and in your community. And I want to share with you that I myself have felt like an imposter. So I'm saying that as Gail Gazelle, a Harvard Medical School assistant professor. But I think that's something that we can lend to others who are experiencing this. Simply validate that we too experience this, or that, you know, people in high places experience this. I think, again, that decreases that sense that the mind has that it's just us. And so that can lighten the load and actually make one question, step into curiosity. Well, do I even need to feel this? Do I need to keep kind of lording this over myself, so to speak? And is it really helping me in any way?
Great information, Dr. Gazelle. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
I have a free guide on my site, if that can be helpful to your viewers, www.gailgazelle.com. It's called Imposter No More, where I share some of the tips that we spoke about today. So it's free. If that can be helpful to your viewers, please feel free to download it.
Dr. Gail Gazelle, Assistant Professor of Medicine at Harvard University, thank you so much. I really enjoy our conversations. I feel like I learn a lot more after talking with you about the topics that we discuss. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
People need options. You need the option to excel, the chance to get beyond where you are, to refresh your skills and leap into the future. You need the option to be local, the possibility of growth where your roots are, while taking care of you and your loved ones. You need the option of a helping hand, the occasion to talk to someone who can help you take yourself to the next level. Go far, close to home. Northwest Mississippi Community College.
Hi, folks, Matt Burke of the Sunrise Buick GMC truck. Thinking about buying a newer used car or truck? Remember, the selection's better and the savings are bigger at Sunrise. Over 600 new cars and trucks to choose from. Factory rebates up to $1,000 and interest rates low as 2.9. Bad credit? It's okay. At Sunrise, we've got a financing plan for everybody. SunriseMemphis.com. We're saving you money. It's just the way you're doing business. Covington, Pike, Wolf Chase, and Collierville. We make it fun to buy a car again. Check out the all-new Sunrise Truck Corral. Huge selection of nothing but trucks. All makes, all models, all prices, all trucks, all the time. Thanks to Sunrise.
More than 1.5 million Americans suffer from something called vitiligo. It is an autoimmune skin disease that depigments skin, causing the skin to lose color, resulting in white patches. I'm joined now by a couple of people here. Dr. Pearl Grimes is the director of Vitiligo and Pigmentation Institute in Southern California. And Neil Getz is a person that's living with vitiligo now. Good morning to you both. Dr. Grimes, tell me about this condition and what you are seeing each and every day at your institute there.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Neil and I are excited to join you today in partnership with Insight. So vitiligo is a rather classic autoimmune disease, as you mentioned, where the immune system is responsible for destroying the pigment-producing cells in the skin, the melanocytes. And once the melanocytes are destroyed, you get a completely white patch in contrast to the normal skin. You know, we live in a society driven by aesthetics today, unfortunately, and that the contrast between the white patches and the normal skin can cause significant emotional distress for patients. This condition is chronic, it's unpredictable. You know, there are several myths surrounding vitiligo. One myth is that it's a contagious condition. We have absolutely no data or information to suggest that it's contagious. Another myth is that it's cosmetic. And as researchers, clinicians, we've worked so hard in dispelling this myth as well. So What do I see on a daily basis at my institutes? Patients, because of this misinformation, patients come in with enormous anxiety regarding vitiligo. So we have a philosophy that even though you come in with anxiety, we dispel that anxiety with the information, the data that we provide. And most patients leave with a sense of hope that we can evaluate them and stabilize them and manage this psychologically devastating disorder. So that's what we do on a day-to-day basis.
Dr. Grimes, thank you. I want to talk now to Neil Getz. Tell me what it's like living with vitiligo, Neil.
Well, it's a journey which started for me about 3 years ago when I noticed the white patches around my mouth and eventually spreading to my forehead, which became completely white. And my dermatologist at the time said, I don't like what those patches look like. She said, you know, this practice, this could be vitiligo, and this practice, that's not our expertise. I'm going to send you to Dr. Grimes. And so that's very important. And until I saw Dr. Grimes, I started getting depressed and I had a lot of fear, and the word was kind of, creepy, vitiligo. And you start thinking about Michael Jackson and other things, and you think you're a freak. And it causes a lot of anxiety. And when I saw Dr. Grimes for the first time, literally I burst into tears when she told me, I can help, we can set a goal, we can make a plan to manage this. And I just felt that weight was taken off my shoulders.
So let me ask you both. June is Vitiligo Awareness Month, and all month long, people are going to be talking about this autoimmune disease. How do you want people to reflect on it? Okay, it's an awareness month issue, so you were trying to bring awareness to it. What is the best way to bring awareness to this autoimmune disease? Dr. Grimes, we'll start with you.
Sure. I think what you're doing today, having us on your show and being able to reach your audience, we want to do this at a national level. We want to be able to disseminate accurate information, Andrew, to as many people and their families around the country who have vitiligo. We want to be able to dispel any misinformation regarding vitiligo. It is not contagious. It is not a cosmetic condition. This is a condition that can be managed. That is what Vitiligo Awareness Month it's all about. Instilling accurate information and renewed hope and light that we can make a difference.
Neil, I'd love to hear from you.
Well, I'm going to share something personal. I am a survivor of cancer. But when I got the vitiligo diagnosis, that actually affected me on an emotional and a self-worth level more so than the cancer, because if you look in the mirror, you can't see the cancer. It's very private. When you look at the mirror, when you look at photographs of yourself, you're reminded, you can see it. And I work in the entertainment industry. I'm behind the scenes, but I attend many red carpet events and I'm photographing, I'm seen, and you want to present yourself as the best. And when you're not feeling the best, you can't do your best. And so it's really an emotional journey. And just like my cancer, vitiligo is a real disease. It's just not something cosmetic. It's not that, I'm a man and I don't need to be vain. I don't have to worry about it. And men can't paint their face with makeup. I can't grow bangs to cover my forehead. I need to get medical help with a medical plan, which I've done, and set goals, which working with my physician, Dr. Grimes, I'm able to see my result, and I know that my goal is attainable.
For
You know,
someone living
Andrew,
with
I would like to.
Go ahead. I was gonna ask. Go ahead, Doctor.
Just one quick comment, and that is many patients share Neil's story regarding vitiligo and other internal illnesses. They cope better with those internal illnesses because they don't have to share them. But for vitiligo, the patients feel they have to share it with the world. And vitiligo is such a personal condition. And that is so problematic for many, many individuals with this disorder.
Well, listen, Dr. Pearl Grimes and Neil Getz, we really appreciate your time, and thanks for helping us bring awareness to Vitiligo Awareness Month this June. Appreciate both of you, and thanks for all the work that you're doing.
Bank with confidence at First South Financial, one of the top 1% of financial institutions in the U.S. for strength and stability. Visit firstsouth.com today.
First South Financial, banking with friends since 1957.
Hey, did you hear the news? If not, catch up now with Action News 5's official YouTube channel. You can like, comment, and share the stories that matter to you. Meet the Action News 5 team and get a blast from the past in the Action News 5 vault. Top stories and special reports you may have missed or just want to watch again are added daily, so you can stay in the know with the 901. Visit youtube.com/actionnews5 and never miss out on the exciting things happening around you.
I'm Bobby Jones of Delta Medicare Benefits Group, the Mid-South's #1 trusted source for all things Medicare. At Delta Medicare Benefits Group, you work with local Mid-Southerners. There's no 800 number, no machines to talk to, just local Medicare experts. Together, we'll come up with the best Medicare plan that fits your individual needs. Call today for your free Medicare consultation at 460-7220 or stop by our office at 5050 Poplar Avenue.
Bank with confidence at First South Financial, one of the top 1% of financial institutions in the U.S. for strength and stability. Visit firstsouth.com today.
First South Financial, banking with friends since 1957.
Okay, we got a big Memphis Showboats game happening Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock, and we want to make sure that you know about this deal that Action News 5 has teamed up with the Showboats to make sure that you can go to the game for just $5 a piece, $5 a ticket. So a family of 4, $20, that's all you need to have an amazing time to see the hottest team in the league, the Memphis Showboats, going for 6 in a row against the New Orleans team there, the Breakers. And also, it's going to be an amazing time, certainly weather-wise. The next weekend, June 17th, those tickets also go for $5 a piece. So you can see, you can scan this QR code on your screen. You can also go to actionnews5.com and get the deal there. Let's talk now about how teens and tweens feel about their bodies. It can affect their mental health. And researchers say this time of year can be especially hard on anyone who struggles with the way they look. Mandy Gaither has ways parents can promote positive body images this summer.
As the weather warms up, shorts, swimsuits, and other summer clothing come out. For those who struggle with body image, this time of year can be hard.
Adolescence is a period in which our bodies are growing and changing, and it's normal for teens to experience a little bit of that distress or self-consciousness that comes along with those changes.
Social media with filtered pictures and videos can add to poor body image, says psychologist Erin McTiernan with Nationwide Children's Hospital.
Kids can often be making comparisons to things that are just really unrealistic and unattainable.
That's why McTiernan says not to focus on weight, instead zero in on overall health, being active in a way that's enjoyable, and eating a variety of foods throughout the day. Since kids can take their cues from adults, especially parents, McTiernan says it's also important to model positive body image.
It's important for parents to understand how they feel about their own bodies and make sure that they're talking about themselves and their bodies in a way that they would want their kids to talk about themselves as well.
Finally, focus on all the positive traits and qualities in your child that have nothing to do with their appearance.
It brings out that self-confidence in a way that can sometimes overshadow just what they look like on the surface.
wanted to leave a video voicemail? With Apple's latest update, the iOS update that's coming, iPhone users will be able to leave audio and video messages through the FaceTime app. If the person you're FaceTiming doesn't answer, it'll allow you to leave a visual message for them later. I thought they already had this, but apparently they don't. But it's brand new with iOS 17, live voicemail, which gives a real-time transcription of someone leaving a voicemail along with the chance to pick up while the caller is leaving a message. Nice. In and out in a matter of minutes, smash and grab's an ongoing problem in the Mid-South. The latest at popular East Memphis liquor store around 1:30 Wednesday morning. You can see it here. Buster Liquors there on South Highland. Investigators say 10 heavily armed suspects raided the store. They were in and out quickly. First glance, the thieves stole about $10,000 in product. So store owners all across the area are in constant contact with each other to try to work together and slow down these organized crimes.
It is definitely organized crime. There is, when you watch the video, you'll find that there is a leader in the group. There is someone who keeps the watch on the clock, and once the clock hits whatever, I think it's 4 minutes, they're gone.
That's Amy Weeks of Southwind Liquor. That they said they've removed all glass from the storefront and replaced it with plexiglass to try and prevent smash and grab. She says they've spent thousands of dollars a month on other security measures, including private security to watch the store, cameras, and alarms. All right, let's talk about the search for fake bounty hunters. Deputies in multiple Mid-South counties looking for a poser who's been robbing multiple people. Stephanie Douglas has the latest in this investigation.
We know 2 men have been victimized in Tipton County and in Shelby County. Deputies say a man armed with a gun, wearing a vest and a gold circle badge, is shaking down his victims for money and their belongings.
They had him at gunpoint, and then they made him hand over his phone and his wallet.
Sunday afternoon, right before 3, it was near this field on Collierville Arlington Road that Carlos Morales says his 24-year-old cousin was robbed by 2 men at gunpoint.
He was unhooking the trailer or something. He looked up and saw somebody to his right with a vest on and like a police badge type thing.
The cousin of the victim, who does not speak English, says after the wannabe criminal hunters robbed him, the suspects both jumped in a black 4-door sedan, believed to be an early 2000s model of a Chevy Malibu with dark tinted windows.
You couldn't really see him because they had a mask on, but the one with the uniform, he had a tattoo, he had a heart on his right side of his neck.
Detectives in Tipton County say they believe one of the suspects could be connected to a similar incident that happened Monday. Deputies say a man claiming to be a stranded bounty hunter flagged down a driver on Mount Carmel Road and shot him in the stomach after attempting to rob him. Christian Morales says he just hates the fact that his cousin, who recently moved here from Mexico, became the victim of a crime.
It's kind of like a sad thing to know that he just came over here for a year and he had to experience that.
That's why Morales says he's staying alert and taking extra precautions.
I've just been locking up the doors, just been rechecking them every single night, how my dad has been telling me. I've also been locking our front gate as well every time I've gone out.
Get ready to splash into summer at the YMCA. With 2 great options to join the Y, there's something for everyone. Choose the Summer Splash Pass and enjoy the outdoor pools and splash pads now through September. Or take 20% off regular monthly memberships and keep saving for life. And you get all the great benefits of the YMCA with family and individual membership options. Visit the website at ymcamemphis.org for full details and to join today.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com and all of our digital platforms. It's passing showers here on a Thursday. Couple of things that will happen as we roll through the day. Not only do we get the passing showers, but we also get the opportunities for some cooler and drier air. Say cooler, it's going to be brief, and drier air and cleaner air. So some positivity in our haze and smoke situation, but we do have to tangle with a couple of showers here this morning as the front makes its way through the area. After that, we'll see some sunshine breaks and temperatures rebounding back through the middle 80s. Let's go hour by hour with your Futurecast. And again, you'll notice a few showers working their way across the Mid-South this morning. A couple of heavier pockets of rain can't be rolled out through midday. Then we'll trend drier heading into the afternoon hours of your Thursday with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures will range from the lower 80s and middle 80s 70s out towards the Tennessee River Valley, back to the middle 80s across eastern eastern portions of Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, and the metro area. Tonight, we should be mostly clear outside of some showers and storms. Places like Cross County, St. Francis County, down through Lee and Phillips counties. In Arkansas, you may have a couple of downpours overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning, so something to be cognizant of. And otherwise, we'll start off tomorrow in the 60s under a variably cloudy sky, eventually seeing more in the way of sunshine on the way, and improving in the department of smoke. Of course, yesterday we had this plume of smoke, which is now in northeast Mississippi and northern Alabama, sinking down towards the south. Cleaner air on the way. That's some positive notes there. So improving in our air quality here across the Mid-South. And the positive note is that we probably won't see very much in the way of issues moving forward as our pattern switches up here in the next couple of days. This is going to run through Saturday, and you'll notice again, and not terrible. You'll still notice there's going to be some haze off in the distance, but not to the same extent as what we've seen in recent days. Now, rain opportunities to help cleanse the atmosphere. A little better chance to come back on Sunday of this week. Not looking to be a washout, though, on your Sunday, okay? Start of the day looks to be dry. We might get some showers and storms overnight Saturday leading into Sunday. Then a lull in the activity, and then we'll have another wave of rain and storms to come in here Sunday night into early Monday morning before that system pushes away from us. Of course, here's the area of low pressure. This is Saturday morning. You'll notice a warm front working its way northward. We should be able to get through the boats game with no problems, but with that warm front draped across the Mid-South and really across Arkansas into northern Mississippi, there might be a boundary where we have some thunderstorms flaring up through central Arkansas and kind of work their way back through the mid-delta of Mississippi. So we'll watch that. That will be for Saturday, but I think it misses Memphis. We will have our better rain chances for Memphis and most of the Mid-South to come in here during the afternoon hours of your Sunday. That could feature an isolated strong or severe storm. Wind and hail, the primary issues with that as it shifts off towards the east. This is Monday morning. Notice the frontal boundary pushing past Memphis and drier air begins to filter into the area. My friends, that's brief. That front works its way down to the south, but there have been indications that it stalls out and wavers over the Arkansas Delta and back up through the Mid-South. So it is possible that we could have an unsettled pattern to emerge as we head towards the middle portion of next week. In the meantime, we'll be a little bit cooler in the wake of that system with highs in the 80s early next week. There's a good indicator that we could get quite warm towards the end of next week heading into Father's Day weekend. Some spots in the south could be making runs for the middle and upper 90s. It's not out of the realm of possibility there. But for us, we're going to have to wait and see, and it all depends on that placement of the front if it sticks around at all. So let's go ahead and be prepared for an unsettled week next week with some opportunities for rain and storms. Mild, at least for the first part of the week. Hotter towards the end of the week. I think Thursday, Friday of next week in the low 90s. Our best opportunities for rain coming in here locally Sunday, not a washout. I think there will be some sun breaks still possible on Sunday, but the better rain chances to come in Sunday afternoon, evening into the overnight period. Can't rule out an isolated strong storm or two. The rest of this work week, a few showers here today and lower chance for rain for your Friday, turning a bit warmer by Saturday.
Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Good morning to you. You know, one of the gems of Memphis and the Mid-South is the Memphis Botanic Garden. When was the last time you were there? I bet if you were there the last and you think about that memory, where you were or when you decided to go to the Memphis Botanic Garden, you had a great time. That is such a great gem for all Memphians and Mid-Southerners. And guess what? They are now starting their Twilight Thursdays. It is now returning to Memphis Botanic Garden from May all the way through October. Let's talk more about this with Gina Harris. She is the Director of Education and Events, talking about Twilight Thursdays. Always good to talk to you, Gina. How's it going out there? Love the background, by the way.
Yeah, so this is our new water garden space here at the garden, and we renovated this just recently, and we're really enjoying it. It's a great place to come have lunch, step outside, and just enjoy a cup of coffee. Come do a Zoom call out here if you have a business meeting.
That's perfect. Yeah, I love that idea. And so Twilight Thursdays, for people who may not know, this is an opportunity for people to walk through the garden. There's special extended hours for people. Dogs are welcome. You can sip on your favorite beverage, perhaps adult or not, in the Memphis Botanic Garden area, right?
Yeah, so, as we get into the summer hours, just like we were watching on the weather there, it's starting to warm up. And sometimes during the middle of the day, it might be a little bit much for people. So this gives everybody an opportunity to come out, enjoy the garden, get to kind of see things in a different light. Maybe you're on your way home from work and you just want a spot to relax, meet somebody for a cocktail. Go stroll the garden, see the beautiful blooms. We have our new exhibit, Rich Soil, that's spread throughout the 96 acres. So, if you've been here during the day and you haven't had quite the energy to make it to the very back end of the garden to see all of the sculptures, come back and enjoy it when it's a little bit cooler. We do invite our four-legged friends as well, dogs, cats, whatever you have on a leash. They can come out on these nights. So it's just a great opportunity to come out and enjoy the garden when, like I said, it's just a little bit cooler and just seeing it in a different light.
I love it. I love it. And so when it comes to Twilight Thursdays, you also have food trucks available out there and live music. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, so on the second Thursday of each month, we have food trucks and local bands that'll be performing. So those will be here to enjoy. We have lawn games out, different vendors that'll be available. So like I said, that's on the second Thursday of every month. We're open every Thursday night, though, from 5 to 8 for just the extended garden hours.
Okay, and so I know it already kicked off in the month of May 11th. First off, tell me how it's going and what people can expect next month.
Yeah, it's going great. Unfortunately, our first food truck was one of the nights of those big storms that we had come through. So we weren't able to have our first food truck event, but we had our extended hours last Thursday and everybody enjoyed, like I said, able to bring the four-legged friends out, stroll the garden. Next month, we're going to have our food trucks as well as local band Tracking Giants. They'll be here to perform. And we do have the bar available. We have sodas, waters, cocktails, local beers that we have available. So you can grab one of those and stroll through. We like to be accessible to everyone. So if you're not a member of the garden, you can come by, grab a membership. Memberships are very affordable, and that gets you a year-long membership at the garden, but also reciprocal membership. So you can visit gardens throughout the United States with that.
That's so cool. I love that. And so if you have a membership, you get free admission to the garden, including these Twilight Thursdays. Non-members, I'm looking at it here, $12 for adults, $10 for seniors, $7 for kids ages 2 to 12, and it's free for children under 2. Gina, anything else we can touch on? This sounds fantastic.
Yeah, so if you want to come join the garden, you've never been here before, it's just a really exciting place. Our roses are starting to bloom right now. We also have Big Backyard, which is our family garden. So lots of places, it's not just for people who enjoy plants. It's a great place to be able to be active, spend time with the family, maybe in a different way. Mom and dad be a kid again, playing in my big backyard. And just kind of explore the art as well. There's a lot of sculpture and things to see in the garden. So there's just a lot for everybody.
Not only that, but it's just a serene, peaceful place. I got to say, the last time I was there, Gina, it was just a couple of months ago. I'm sad to say I should have been there for May 11th when the first Twilight Thursdays began, but going anywhere during the week is tough for me. But I was there, and I actually officiated a wedding there at Memphis Botanic Garden, and it was so wonderful. It was so nice and peaceful. It was just a great situation. I just love the campus, and everyone should go out and just really enjoy all 96 acres. Anything else before we let you go?
I think that's it. We appreciate y'all having us on and hope everybody will come out and see us.
Okay, Gina Harris, really appreciate you, Director of Education and Events at Memphis Botanic Garden. Thanks so much. Happy late spring and summer to you.
Thank you.
Check out the cover of the latest edition of the Memphis Flyer. There it is on newsstands right now, wherever you get the Memphis Flyer. For me, that is the Huey's right around the corner from the station, and the cover story. late night eats. What are your favorite late night eats around Memphis? I bet you everybody has one opinion or another. Let's bring in the author of that article, Michael Donahue, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about his article, The Late Night Eats, and the experience of finding the best late night eats. Michael, good morning to you. How difficult was it to really kind of get the data for this article?
Well, good morning. Yeah, I shared the story with Sam Chichi, and can you hear me okay?
I sure can, Michael. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. So Sam Chichi and I did the story together, and it's interesting that there are places you can eat late. I mean, it's last year we did the first one, and we went to Alex's and Panta, and you can just, eat fancy late night now, which is great. It's something nobody was even thinking of during the pandemic. And maybe this is a trend and more places are going to start serving till midnight. But like Bog and Barley, you can have the pork porterhouse with cider glaze, up until midnight. And that's something I've eaten at 7 o'clock. But it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, no question about it. When I got here to Memphis, it's so funny. It's like I knew right away some of the late night eats that were around me. And it's all about the kitchen, staying up late, that sort of thing. And when I asked some people earlier this morning, Michael, some of their favorite late night eats, everyone had a different place, and so that just speaks to the foodies that we have in this town, to make sure that there are some kitchens open, so that when it comes time and you got that hunger going, that you can find a place to kind of dive in, get something to eat, and continue on your journey there. Were there some that in the article that maybe people would be surprised about? You said Bog and Barley. That's one of the newer restaurants in town, right?
Yeah, and that's a beautiful place, in addition to just, great food, but it's magnificent. I mean, when you walk in those doors, if you've never been there before, it's just, it looks like a temple. I mean, it goes way up. It's gold. It's, just packed with people. But it was amazing, the great food everywhere. I mean, people might not think of Black Lodge, where you go watch movies and it's movie focused, but they have a restaurant called Eat inside, and just some of the most wonderful food, like these waffle sandwiches using waffles, for the bread, and a grilled cheese sandwich. You can put syrup over it if you want to. And then on the other extreme, if you go to Tiger and Peacock, one of their items is caviar with Lay's potato chips. And this is something you have to be ready for, because it's $95.
Oh my gosh! $95
so
for that?
So that may be the only picture you'll ever see of me eating that, unless somebody's going to buy it for me. But no, it's great. I mean, it's such a great combination, and it's the saltiness of both the caviar and the Lay's potato chips, but they bring it out in a Lay's bag, just one of those little Lay's potato chip bags, and then they bring the caviar all fancy out, and so there's something for everybody late night.
No question, and I love that. I mean, it's like, wow, I would have never thought of that combo of Lay's potato chips and caviar together like that, costing $95 right around the corner from the station. You said that this is the second time you've done this. Is it because the first time you did it was so popular? And what's the difference between this group of restaurants and the group you did the first time around?
Well, it's finding them, and it seems like it wasn't that difficult to find more. Seems like it was harder the first time to come up with late night dining. I mean, granted, it was a year ago. But, we got good response, and I've just always, there was, of course, now I'm going to forget the name of it, but it was behind Ernestine and Hazel's. It was But I remember at one point they were serving fine dining food at 1 o'clock in the morning. And I remember ordering, just something like you'd get at Erling Jensen or something at 1 o'clock in the morning. And it was just great, because a lot of people, we used to start out going out for the evening at 11 o'clock at night. So, but now there seems to be maybe a growing number, and you've got my interest piqued by your coworkers coming up with places. So let us know, because we want to find more, because I'd love to make this an annual event, every.
I think you should, and I think you got plenty of places that you could go to. Again, this is the cover of the latest edition of the Memphis Flyer, where you can read more of Michael Donahue's story about late night eats in the Memphis area. One of the places that I remember when I first got into town many years ago, Michael, was Half Shell. Half Shell had a late night kitchen, and of course they have a couple different locations. And so, I mean, that's just one place that I'm thinking of. But that's what makes it, I think, is that there are so many different restaurants, especially those that you just mentioned that are part of hotels that stay very late when it comes to being open and the kitchen being open for everybody to just kind of have a late night snack.
And let me reiterate. So this story was co-written by me and Sam Chichi, and we both are food writers for Memphis Flyer and Memphis Magazine. So, it wasn't just me, believe me. No, Sam, he spearheads, and he's great. So we both wrote this story and went out, and we both ate the caviar and the potato chips. I didn't get to eat all of it. Unfortunately, I had to share it. But we had a good time. But anybody, if people have some ideas, please let us know, some of their favorite places to go late night that, we may not have thought of. We're open.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love it. I love it. Again, late night eats, Memphis Flyer, memphisflyer.com. Anything else, Michael, before we let you go? And of course, Sam, we've talked to Sam plenty of times with regards to various eats around town. But anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
No, one thing that's interesting is like at the hotel, like at the Memphian where Tiger and Peacock's located, he said that they pretty much have a cutoff at midnight because the floor below them, just out of courtesy to people who are staying at the hotel. But you're free to, take your drinks and food, and they'll even help you go down in the lobby and just continue your night. Or he says there's other late night places around like Zebra Lounge, and so you can continue your night. But at that place in particular, they give you a little grace period, but they want you to pretty much move downstairs. And but they're very nice about it. It's not like they're giving you the heat. No.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially when you got Overton Square right there, you can go to any other late night place. But for sure. Well, listen, Michael Donahue, this has been great. Always good to talk to you, and appreciate you illuminating us with some of those late night haunts where we can, just grab a quick bite to eat when we're out on the town. Michael, thanks.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Talk to you soon.
Okay.
Why won't you go? No one deserves to live like this. When it's time for a plumber, you deserve the best. Best Care Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Memphis in May World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. It is a mouthful, and for many who go down to the river and Tom Lee Park, they hope to have a mouthful of some of the best barbecue, some of the best food in the world. And if you're lucky, you get to see the best food reporter in our area, Jennifer Chandler, joining us now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Jennifer, good to see you as always. Based upon your social media, I could see you were very active at the river this year. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I have to admit that I did nothing on Sunday. After 4 days, I still kind of don't have my voice from being out there every day, all day long, one evening as well, and having so much fun watching all these people make this amazing barbecue. I got to try some amazing food. This is such an iconic Memphis event, and I was so glad that it was back on the river, and it was a good weekend.
I could tell. Yeah, I couldn't do it. My son was graduating this weekend, so we were so busy, family in town, all that stuff. But next year, there always are some things to try, and that's one of the things that Tina and I are definitely going to do next year. But what I love is that you have an article that is posted on commercialappeal.com. It's also on newsstands, and it is about the dishes, the barbecue dishes you need to try that isn't necessarily the same barbecue stuff that we all know and love, the ribs and the pulled pork, right?
Exactly. So every year around this time, around the World Championship Barbecue Cooking and Contest, I always write a lot of stories about the contest, but I also like to write stories about our barbecue restaurants that we have here in Memphis. And we have so many great ones, and especially because one, to point out things to Memphians that they may not know, but also for people visiting town to know what to order, because I want people to experience Memphis beyond just what's happening in Tom Lee Park. And so this year, the theme of my story was skip the ribs and skip the pulled pork and try these secret dishes that are not so secret, but secret dishes that Memphians know about at some of our best barbecue restaurants.
Love.
So I went around to 5 barbecue restaurants and tried different things. So I'm going to start with one that is a true original, and it is the Barbecue Shop's barbecue spaghetti. Have you ever had that?
You know what? My son always gets it when we go there. He loves it.
Yes. Well, it was invented at the Barbecue Shop on Madison in Midtown Memphis. So if you're going to try it someplace, this is the place that you want to try it. And Eric Vernon, who runs the restaurant, he I guess he's kind of like the third generation, but it was started by a couple, Frank and Brady Lill, and they sold it to Frank Vernon, who is Eric's father, and now Eric runs it. And how it ended up on the menu was, it was Brady and Lill was the couple that owned it first. And Mr. Brady loved spaghetti, and he loved his barbecue, and so he kind of came up with this recipe to marry the two. And one of the things that's very interesting is they cook the noodles for the spaghetti in the drippings from when they have made their pulled pork. So there's a lot of flavor infused into the spaghetti noodles. And then they make a sauce that includes their barbecue sauce, their Dancing Pigs barbecue sauce. And then they, of course, put in some of their pulled pork for the meat. And it's really good. And if you've never had it, make sure you have a side of Texas toast. And I have to tell you, the first time I had it, I made the mistake. I was eating my spaghetti, and then I'd take a bite of the toast, and Eric came over and looked at me like I was crazy. And he said, "You don't know the secret?" And I go, "I don't know the secret." He goes, "You're supposed to spoon the spaghetti on top of the Texas toast and then take a bite of it. That's where you get all the juices."
Know. I didn't even know that. Oh my gosh, you just taught me something, Jennifer. Thank you. I got to do that.
Yes, without a doubt. And I did it, and I was like, "You're right." And I had to order extra Texas toast. Needless to say, I did take a nap after that meal. So next on my list is Payne's Barbecue. Payne's is one of my favorites because it's one of these places that it's old school as you get. It's a cinder block building. I think it was a former gas station or garage, and it has been around for generations. And I will actually give Ronald Payne, who is the third generation in this family and doing barbecue, he was just chosen as a fellow for the Kingsford Charcoal has a Preserve the Pit program where they're helping to empower Black pitmasters. And it was just announced about a week ago, and he was chosen as a 2023 fellow. And that's a really big honor because they have thousands of applications from around the country. And I forget the exact number, but I think it's around 10 people that they choose for this. So that's a really cool thing for Payne's. But the secret sandwich there is their smoked sausage sandwich. And it is what they do is they smoke their sausage, and then when you order it, they throw it in the fryer to heat it back up. And so it gets this crispiness around it. And then they put their famous mustard, kind of neon green mustard slaw that they do, and their sweet barbecue sauce. And it is so good. And here's how you really know it's good. Nick Fergus, the late Nick Fergus of the Rendezvous, is who first introduced me to this sandwich. And he was a barbecue king here in town. And going back to the barbecue shop, Eric Vernon, I sometimes do with my stories, I kind of hit a couple of places in the same day, with photographers. And I've led some of our staff, and I've even invited people from Nashville for the Tennessean newspaper to show them what real barbecue is. And we go in an order. And I usually start at Payne's and then move north. And of course, there's kind of a straight shot across town. And barbecue shop is usually my second stop. And so if Eric Vernon knows that I am going to Payne's first, he has me bring in one of those sandwiches. So I have two of the best barbecue places in town recommending that one sandwich. So if you've not tried it, don't take my word for it. Take those two guys' word for it and give it a try. So moving on to the list. Cozy Corner over on North Parkway. I mean, this again is another Memphis institution. And one of the things that's been on their menu since day one is the Cornish game hen. And so I said, why is this on this menu? And they told me it was just because, oh my gosh, I'm having a senior moment on his name. The gentleman that started it, he liked chicken and he liked Cornish game hens, and he put it on there because he liked it and it was something different, and it has stuck and people love it. And so they smoke these Cornish game hens in their smokers, and then they use their dry rub and they use their barbecue sauce, and it's really a good treat. And I always tell people order the meal so that you not only get the Cornish game hen, but you get 2 sides and bread. And that's the best bang for your buck. And to be honest with you, I think it's a meal for 2. But if you're really hungry, you can finish it yourself. Next on the list is the Rendezvous. So everybody knows about the Rendezvous dry ribs, but shrimp. I'm still excited about that barbecue spaghetti. Barbecue shrimp is something that is on their menu. And again, it's been on the menu for years. It used to truly be a secret menu item, and it wasn't printed on the menu until maybe the past decade or so. And it just used to be that people knew that Charlie Vergus liked shrimp, and if you called ahead of time, he would order shrimp and make up this kind of Greek interesting version of barbecue shrimp. It is not Memphis barbecue. It's not like New Orleans barbecue shrimp. It's kind of its own thing. It's kind of a tangy sauce that they make with it has barbecue sauce, and it has their dry rub, it has pepperoncinis, it has lemons. And so this is an advance order. It only comes away, it's 5 pounds of these jumbo shrimp. And I will tell you, it can feed an army. It comes in a big pot that they cook it in at the table. They just bring the pot out there, and then they scoop it into the dishes and serve it with ciabatta bread. So you have something to soak up the sauce. And I forget the exact numbers, but I think as an entree, it feeds like 8 people. And then as an appetizer, even more. So if you're thinking of doing it, at least 24 hours notice so they can get the shrimp in. Probably if you could give them a little bit more notice, they would probably appreciate it. But it's something that's completely different, unique, and a Memphis original. And it's just kind of a fun, different thing. I like to order it if I'm ever going with a really big group to the Rendezvous. And sometimes when family comes in town, there's like 10 or 15 of us, I'll order that as an appetizer, and then we'll each have some of that, and then we go on and have ribs as well. Last on my list is Central Barbecue. So, and this is the one for all my vegetarian friends. And this picture does not do this sandwich justice, I have to tell you. So their portobello mushroom sandwich is absolutely delicious. And it is vegetarian. It can be made vegan if you want it to be by leaving off the cheese. But they take a portobello mushroom and they marinate it. It has like a balsamic marinade with like secret spices and herbs, and they marinate it and then they throw it on their grill, and it kind of gives it that char grilled kind of flavor. And then they finish it off with smoked Gouda cheese. I like to always order it with the slaw on it and barbecue sauce. And it just is a nice, meaty, plant-based sandwich that you can enjoy if you're not eating meat. And I will tell you also, I often order it with a side of their collard greens, which are also vegetarian, I've been told. So that's a great option for non-meat eaters to enjoy barbecue here in Memphis. So do you have any favorites off that list, Andrew?
You know, I've been taking notes, I must say, and I love, you know, when I take people to Rendezvous, I've never ordered the barbecue shrimp, so I'm definitely going to check that out. And then the portobello mushroom, I've always been interested in trying that at Central Barbecue. I just can't get past the ribs and the pulled pork. Yeah. Sorry, I just can't do it. And then, you know, I told you about the barbecue shop and that Payne's smoked sausage. Wow. That looks amazing. And then Cozy Corner, by the way, that's Desiree Robinson. Is that what you?
Yes, thank you. I was having a senior moment on her name. So, yes, and she actually, speaking of barbecue awards, she has been inducted, I guess, 2 years ago, maybe, to the Barbecue Hall of Fame. And again, they're just all of these on this list that we've talked about are really barbecue institutions here in Memphis that have been around for decades, and some of them over 50 years. So they're definitely worth checking out.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go wrong at any of those places. Jennifer, a great top 5 list. Love the number 5. It's a great list, and we appreciate you bringing it each and every time we talk to you. Jennifer Chandler, thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
Here's a life hack. While you're physically at work, you can be mentally somewhere else entirely. So grab a refreshing summer edition Red Bull slush and imagine you're at the pool or literally anywhere else but at work. Sonic Red Bull Summer Edition slush. Sonic.
Get ready to splash into summer at the YMCA. With 2 great options to join the Y, there's something for everyone. Choose the Summer Splash Pass and enjoy the outdoor pools and splash pads now through September. Or take 20% off regular monthly memberships and keep saving for life. And you get all the great benefits of the YMCA with family and individual membership options. Visit the website at ymcamemphis.org for full details and to join today.
Imagine a place where a cool summer breeze blows and burgers have that smoky char-grilled flavor. And also the breeze is your car's air conditioner because you're eating at Sonic. New Sonic Griller.
Hey, thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com and all of our digital platforms. It's passing showers here on a Thursday. Couple of things that will happen as we roll through the day. Not only do we get the passing showers, but we also get the opportunities for some cooler and drier air. Say cooler, it's going to be brief, and drier air and cleaner air. So some positivity in our haze and smoke situation, but we do have to tangle with a couple of showers here this morning as the front makes its way through the area. After that, we'll see some sunshine breaks and temperatures rebounding back through the middle 80s. Let's go hour by hour with your Futurecast. And again, you'll notice a few showers working their way across the Mid-South this morning. A couple of heavier pockets of rain can't be rolled out through midday. Then we'll trend drier heading into the afternoon hours of your Thursday with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures will range from the lower 80s and middle 80s out towards the Tennessee River Valley, back to the middle 80s across eastern portions of Arkansas, northwest Mississippi, and the metro area. Tonight, we should be mostly clear outside of some showers and storms. Places like Cross County, St. Francis County, down through Lee and Phillips counties. In Arkansas, you may have a couple of downpours overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning, so something to be cognizant of. And otherwise, we'll start off tomorrow in the 60s under a variably cloudy sky, eventually seeing more in the way of sunshine sunshine on the way, and improving in the Department of Smoke. Of course, yesterday we had this plume of smoke, which is now in northeast Mississippi and northern Alabama, sinking down towards the south. Cleaner air on the way. That's some positive notes there. So improving in our air quality here across the Mid-South. And the positive note is that we probably won't see very much in the way of issues moving forward as our pattern switches up here in the next couple of days. This is going to run through Saturday, and you'll notice again, and not terrible. You'll still notice there's going to be some haze off in the distance, but not to the same extent as what we've seen in recent days. Now, rain opportunities to help cleanse the atmosphere. A little better chance to come back on Sunday of this week. Not looking to be a washout though on your Sunday, okay? Start of the day looks to be dry. We might get some showers and storms overnight Saturday leading into Sunday, then a lull in the activity, and then we'll have another wave of rain and storms to come in here Sunday night into early Monday morning before that system pushes away from us. Of course, there's the area of low pressure. This is Saturday morning. You'll notice a warm front working its way northward. We should be able to get through the Boats game with no problems, but with that warm front draped across the Mid-South and really across Arkansas into northern Mississippi, there might be a boundary where we have some thunderstorms flaring up through central Arkansas and kind of work their way back through the mid-delta of Mississippi. So we'll watch that. That will be for Saturday, but I think it misses Memphis. We will have our better rain chances for Memphis and most of the Mid-South to come in here during the afternoon hours of your Sunday. That could feature an isolated strong or severe storm. Wind and hail, the primary issues with that as it shifts off towards the east. This is Monday morning. Notice the frontal boundary pushing past Memphis and drier air begins to filter into the area. My friends, that's brief. That front works its way down to the south, but there have been indications that it stalls out and wavers over the Arklamis Delta and back up through the Mid-South. So it is possible that we could have an unsettled pattern to emerge as we head towards the middle portion of next week. In the meantime, we'll be a little bit cooler in the wake of that system with highs in the 80s early next week. There's a good indicator that we could get quite warm towards the end of next week heading into Father's Day weekend. Some spots in the south could be making runs for the middle and upper 90s. It's not out of the realm of possibility there. But for us, we're going to have to wait and see, and it all depends on that placement of the front if it sticks around at all. So let's go ahead and be prepared for an unsettled week next week with some opportunities for rain and storms. Mild, at least for the first part of the week. Hotter towards the end of the week. I think Thursday, Friday of next week in the low 90s. Our best opportunities for rain coming in here locally Sunday, not a washout. I think there will be some sun breaks still possible on Sunday, but the better rain chances to come in Sunday afternoon, evening into the overnight period. Can't rule out an isolated strong storm or two. The rest of this work week, a few showers here today and lower chance for rain for your Friday, turning a bit warmer by Saturday.
Hey, I'm Brian Reed with Best Care Plumbing, Heating, and Air. And in the dog days of summer, a dirty air conditioner can leave you in the doghouse. Good news, it's tune-up time at Best Care. For $69, we'll keep you out of trouble. Let us wash away the dirt and grime of winter from your air conditioner as part of our 24-point inspection for only $69. And we'll also include a leak check at no charge. Call us today and ask about our early bird special, and we'll perform your tune-up for only $57. And when it comes to your comfort, you deserve the best. Best Care Home.
Okay, Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We know about our record sky-high inflation. April is Financial Literacy Month, and we are trying as Americans to figure out new ways to save money because gas prices are going up, grocery store prices are going up, everything is going up. And we're just trying to maximize each penny that we earn as much as possible and find those creative ways to save money. So joining me right now to talk about this is Ron Griffin. He is the Senior Director of Public Education and Advocacy for Experian. Good morning. How are you,
Good
Ron?
morning. Good morning. Glad to be here.
Okay, good to see you. So let's talk about advice that you have for Americans who are just trying to save more money or at least make that dollar go further.
Yeah, we just did a survey and found that 3 out of 4 people are trying to find ways to save because of inflation and the impact it's having on their wallet and their pocketbook. So we found that a quarter of the people in our poll were looking at whether they should even pay their auto insurance bill that month in order to pay other things that they might have to, like rent or utilities. So saving money is critical, and they're looking for ways to do that.
So let's talk about credit score, because I know that credit scores can impact the cost of more than just loans. Tell me about that.
Sure. Yeah, credit scores and credit reports are used in virtually every financial decisions. So we know about credit cards and car loans and mortgage loans, but we don't think about things like auto insurance, for example. The auto insurance companies will look at your credit report to help them determine whether you can pay your insurance premium on time each month, which is sort of like a loan payment each month. So saving money on that auto insurance premium can be dependent on having good credit scores and also in finding the best rate. So one of the things that we're trying to help people do is find lower premiums through our auto insurance shopping service that we've just introduced. We're finding that when people visit Experian.com/save, they're saving as much as $900 a year. That can help make a bit of a dent in the cost of insurance, so help you put gas in the tank. But taking care of that credit report, getting that credit report, knowing what's in it is really important as well. You can get a free report once a week at annualcreditreport.com. So you can look at it as often as you like. Won't hurt your credit scores, but could help you know what you need to make them better.
So Ron, I know you talk with a lot of people. You talk with various consumer advocates and financial editors. You talk about different ways to educate others and ways to save and manage their personal finances. If someone's coming to you and let's say they're on a fixed income and they can only spend a certain amount of money, we have this sky-high inflation that's going up and up and up, and it's at a 40-year high, and there's no end in sight. What are some of the first steps you tell people immediately to do to just kind of stay within budget and save as much as you possibly can?
Well, I think you hit the big B word. Make sure that you're budgeting. If you don't like to budget, make a spending plan, kind of the same thing, but if you do what works for you, but know where your money's going first and what you have coming in. From there, you can begin to figure out what you need to do and where you can save, as well as where you might make improvements. The second step is get the credit report. Consider enrolling in a monitoring service where you get a score each month, like Experian offers. It's free, and that will tell you what you need to do to make those credit scores better. And as we were just talking about, if you can improve your credit scores, it gives you the ability and empowers you to negotiate better rates, perhaps get lower interest rates, better terms. So gives you an advantage. So take advantage of those tools. Use your credit history as a financial tool. I always tell people the credit report is a financial tool. Debt's the financial problem. So use credit to your advantage and take control of those finances. And it can seem hard to do when you have limited income, but using those tools available is what's really important.
What about resources, Rod? What resources are available to help Americans improve their overall financial health?
Sure, and there are a lot of them out there. Experian offers a lot of financial education programs and resources. You can find information at Experian.com. My first role with the company, I've been there 25 years, was to write something called Ask Max, which is now Ask Experian. It's a credit advice column and financial advice post to blog now. So use those kinds of resources. You can turn to lots of other organizations, government agencies. CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, has great information. There are organizations that work with schools like the Jumpstart Coalition for Financial Literacy that has a clearinghouse of resources that could be good for kids and adults. So visit the jumpstart.org and their clearinghouse and talk to your lenders and others. Use your banking apps. There are many places that can help you get the information you need to make better choices and to understand what you can do to become more financially healthy.
You were named Educator of the Year by the Institute of Financial Literacy, Rod. You mentioned the first thing you need to do is create some sort of budget. After that, what else can we do? What are some of the first things you tell people and really kind of educate them on their financial well-being?
Yeah, when you have a budget, you know where your money is going and you know what's coming in. That's the first thing that's empowering. A budget isn't a barrier, it's a tool to help you actually take control and own your finances. You want to own the money, you don't want it to own you. And so using that budget gives you control. Another thing that I suggest is if you're having trouble and need help, visit a good quality nonprofit financial counseling service. They're there to help. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to have big financial troubles. They can work with you to make better decisions, understand how the money you have works, identify options for repayment. The NFCC, the National Foundation for Credit Counseling, is a great place to start, nfcc.org. They can help you really look at your overall financial picture and determine what is best for you and the best approach. When it comes to paying down credit card debt, that's really the number one thing that you can do to help your credit scores the fastest. There are ways to approach that. You know, there's some call it the avalanche method. Some use a snowball method. I don't know why snow in wintertime is the analogy, but one is take the highest interest rate card you have, start to pay it off. The math says that will save you the most money in the long term. My concern with that is it can seem like you're not making much progress. It can take a long time and you might get discouraged and give up. We don't want that to happen. So the alternative is maybe take a credit card where you have a low balance, pay it off, and when you pay that card off, it gives you a sense of accomplishment. Also gives you a bit more you can put toward the next card, and then pay it down as well. Paying down your credit cards is going to help your credit scores. It's going to reduce your debt. It's going to reduce your financial stress. So a really important place to start, and the thing that most affects scores the fastest for people. So do what works for you is the thing that's most important. You have to stay motivated, you have to stay focused, and have to stay engaged. If you get discouraged using what the math says will work, if you give up, it's not going to accomplish what you need it to.
Well, Ron Griffin, we appreciate it. Very informative. You are the experienced Senior Director of Public Education and Advocacy. Thanks so very much. Appreciate the time.
Great. Thank you.
People need options. You need the option to excel, the chance to get beyond where you are, to refresh your skills and leap into the future. You need the option to be local, the possibility of growth where your roots are, while taking care of you and your loved ones. You need the option of a helping hand, the occasion to talk to someone who can help you take yourself to the next level. Go far, close to home. Northwest Mississippi Community College.
Hi, Coach Bob Burke of the Sunrise Buick GMC truck. Thinking about buying a new or used car or truck? Remember, the selection's better and the savings are bigger at Sunrise. Over 600 new cars and trucks to choose from. Factory rebates up to $1,000 and interest rates low as 2.9. Bad credit? It's okay. At Sunrise, we've got a financing plan for everybody. SunriseMemphis.com. We're saving you money. It's just the way you're doing business. Covington, Pike, Wolfchase, and Collierville. We make it fun to buy a car again. Check out the all-new Sunrise Truck Corral. Huge selection of nothing but trucks. All makes, all models, all prices, all trucks, all the time. Thanks to Sunrise.
Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We have a great show that is coming to Minglewood Hall June 9th, just a few days away. It is a comedian, a comedy show, and comedian Sam Morrill is joining us now on the digital desk to talk about his show. Sam, good morning to you. I feel like comedy right now and being a comedian is a very tough job. You've been streamed millions of times all across various platforms. You currently have a show on Netflix. Tell me how you're doing right now.
I'm all right. I'm on my tour bus, and we're living it up. It's a good life, and on tour right now, trying to be role models, trying to, set a good example for the kids,
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I see you got a nice little greenway behind you. Where are you at right now?
I'm in Greensboro. We're on the North Carolina. We're on the tour bus right now. I got my guys in here. We're just hanging out. Hey, Gary, put that away. We're role models. What are you doing? Put that down.
Excellent. Have you ever been to
some of these guys? You gotta.
Yeah, I was going to ask, have you been to Memphis before? If so, what was your experience? What are you looking forward to when you come by?
I've been there. I remember hitting a good diner. I don't know. I don't have like real Memphis memories, to be honest. I remember forgetting to pack pants for the gig. So I had to wear sweatpants for like an entire. That's how lazy I am. I didn't bring pants, so I was like, I'll just wear sweatpants on stage. I mean, they were like tailored-ish, but I still look like crap, you know?
Yeah, right. I mean, you know, it's like that old Seinfeld thing. It's like you wear sweatpants, it just shows you've given up, you know.
Yeah.
So tell me what fans can expect if they show up at Minglewood Hall June 9th.
A family-friendly show, you know, whatever moves tickets at this point. And it's a new hour. It's a new hour material. If you see my last special, this is a new hour stuff, similar themes, but I think people are going to like it. It's a good show. And I've never done my own show in Memphis before, so I'm pumped. I'm pumped to come back.
So right now on Netflix, same time tomorrow, that's currently streaming on Netflix. You've done a number of different series on Netflix in the past. You've done stuff with David Letterman. You have all kinds of YouTube clips, 15 million views, and you've done things on Showtime's hit series Billions. What is the most difficult part about being a comedian right now? I would think people get very offended very easily, and trying to find material to work. Is that the most challenging? Tell me.
No, it's not that bad. I mean, people are cool. I'm more worried about, you know, like these algorithms and like, you know, TikTok and all these new apps, because I don't think they understand nuance. So when a person gets offended by your joke, you're like, well, who gives a crap? That guy's an idiot, you know? But when it's an actual platform that I think will not allow a joke to, you know, rise or go viral, because, you know, as a comic, you want a joke to get eyeballs. So sometimes this AI technology doesn't understand nuance. So you're dealing with, you know, maybe I say the word Nazi and I'm condemning Nazis in a joke, but this robot just hears Nazi and doesn't understand that it could be more than just that word. I mean, it sounds kind of like a Nazi, you know, it doesn't really get comedy. So that's what worries me. Not just people offended, but like this tech that, you know, has given me this opportunity to reach so many people, YouTube, all these new platforms for reaching people. But I worry that jokes won't be allowed to flourish because
that's a good point. That's a good point because of nuances. Yeah, AI doesn't really know nuances. They're not. It's not that intelligent yet. Influencers. Tell me about, in the comedy realm, who were you heavily influenced by?
Dangerfield, for sure. I love Rodney Dangerfield. Starting out, you know, when you're a kid, Chris Rock, for sure. That was a big one. The 90s, you know, all those albums. Anything that was just funny. You know, there's a lot of people trying to make points and stuff, and obviously that can be good too if the jokes are good enough. But as long as you lead with jokes and aren't trying to just, you know, push your opinion down a person's throat, that's kind of annoying when people do that, you know, and they're just like, remember what got you here. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, it's all about the jokes, you know, not the political opinion, I guess you could say. Tell me about your podcast. I understand you got a podcast going on.
I have two. I have one with Mark Norman where we get drunk. It's called We Might Be Drunk. It's kind of a disclaimer. And it's taken years off my life. It's really taken years. I mean, sometimes at 11 a.m. on a Tuesday, you don't feel like getting drunk. But then I'm like, damn it, I got work. I got to get drunk. So, you know, there's that. And then I got a sports one with Julian Edelman, who's, you know, played for the Patriots, was a great wide receiver. And that one is more evergreen of a sports podcast. That's a pretty fun one.
That's great. That's awesome. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go? I mean, we got your show coming up in just a few days in Memphis. Anything else you want to tell the Memphis crowd?
Geez, it's going to be, I mean, like, how much is there really to do in Memphis? John Morant, you guys need some cheering up, right?
We do.
I mean,
we do.
It's going to be a fun show. You won't get that type of behavior on this bus. I'll tell you that much. And it's going to be a hell of a show. I think you're really going to like it. You can bring anyone. It's my first time in Memphis, and I think it's going to be a special show going all throughout Tennessee. But guaranteed laughs, guaranteed good times. You bring a woman, she might have sex with you afterwards because I'm doing the work. Like you don't have to talk to her. I'm doing the heavy lifting. I make her feel good, and then maybe she'll give you her body afterwards, which I think is nice.
You're the man of the people, right?
I am. I'm trying to help.
Yeah. All right, comedian Sam Morril, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. Minglewood Hall, June 9th in Memphis. Sam, really appreciate it this morning. Thanks.
Thank you for having me.
Bank with confidence at First South Financial, one of the top 1% of financial institutions in the U.S. for strength and stability. Visit firstsouth.com today.
First South Financial, banking with friends since 1957.
Hey, did you hear the news? If not, catch up now with Action News 5's official YouTube channel. You can like, comment, and share the stories that matter to you. Meet the Action News 5 team and get a blast from the past in the Action News 5 vault. Top stories and special reports you may have missed or just want to watch again are added daily, so you can stay in the know with the 901. Visit youtube.com/actionnews5 and never miss out on the exciting things happening around you.
I'm Bobby Jones of Delta Medicare Benefits Group, the Mid-South's #1 trusted source for all things Medicare. At Delta Medicare Benefits Group, you work with local Mid-Southerners. There's no 800 number, no machines to talk to, just local Medicare experts. Together, we'll come up with the best Medicare plan that fits your individual needs. Call today for your free Medicare consultation at 460-7220 or stop by our office at 5050 Poplar Avenue.
Bank with confidence at First South Financial, one of the top 1% of financial institutions in the U.S. for strength and stability. Visit firstsouth.com today.
First South Financial, banking with friends since 1957.
All right, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have yourself a wonderful afternoon. We will be back bright and early tomorrow morning. Don't forget our new time. We get going at 7 o'clock. We go 7 to 11 each and every weekday morning on the Digital Desk. Take care.